This workshop we will start by creating the scene using Paragon assets from Epic, and we will dive into lighting and post-process. Later we will make the assets we need for our VFX spell using Houdini and Substance Designer. I will walk you through my process of building materials from scratch and using Niagara in Unreal Engine 5. Once we will have all the assets, we will create few blueprints and use existing character animations to preview our effect and to check if the timing is correct. I hope you enjoyed the process of creating this VFX spell as much as I did. Hi everyone, my name is Paweł, and in this workshop I want to show you my process of creating VFX for games. I worked as a freelancer for Hi-Res Studios, CD Projekt Red, 505 Games and few indie studios. Now I work at People Can Fly, and I also teach VFX on my YouTube channel and Patreon. We will start by creating a scene using Epic Paragon assets, including their environment and character models. We're going to create simple lighting with the post process, and later we're going to dive into blueprints where we're going to create very simple collision events. So our projectile will have a cast and impact effect, which is going to play together with characters' animations. We will also create textures using Substance Designer and Houdini for any 3D meshes that we might need. We will create material and all the effects from scratch, so you'll be able to follow and hopefully learn a few tricks in the material editor and Niagara particle system. So I hope you're going to enjoy this workshop. In this video, I'm going to walk you through the reference material I found on the internet. I usually go on Pinterest or YouTube or ArtStation in order to find something interesting for my effects. So I'm going to play through each of the videos, and I'm going to tell you what my takeaways are from those. In here in the corner, I also place the artist name in case you want to give them a follow. So in this effect, the character is going to cast this very slow moving projectile. What I like about this one, it's got a center point like an orb, and it's very slow moving, damaging everything on its path. So if I just go very slowly in a slow motion, I can see what's happening, and I can actually see that the energy seems like it's going from the outside toward the center, and at the end that orb flashes a little bit as it's about to explode. So from this one, I think the main takeaway is to create like a really nice slow-moving projectile with some textures of swirls that will be coming from outside towards the center of the projectile. Okay, the next one is the reference from the Lost Ark. It's just a quick video I found. Obviously, we're not going to be making anything water-based, but if you look closely, especially here, the character is actually standing on this effect. It looks very nice, and I really like the fluid motion of it as well. So I think it's something that we might want to try to recreate that motion for the effect that we'll be working on. Next one is this just very simple effect, and I like that it's actually rotating
around that orb. And again, that orb is very bright. So it might be something that we might consider using later on. And this one is really nice. I really like how everything moves around that center point. It seems like it's gathering energy and explodes at the end as well. And we're having this AoE blast that goes from the projectile outwards. That was probably the main idea behind that projectile. It's from Diablo game. It's an arcane orb that a wizard actually uses. It deals a lot of AoE damage, and it's one of the slow-moving projectiles in the game. And from this effect, I really like how the textures are moving very, very slowly and creates this really nice soft look, almost like a distortion in the texture. And it might be something that we're actually gonna try to implement in our shaders. Also, the visuals are really nice. So you've got this very bright center point, some dark values as well, and very nice combination of the soft shapes. And you've got some contour lines as well here. So those are all the reference I managed to find. I think I like this one the most because it gives us this feel of energy that gathers into the center point and explodes at the end. So those are the main takeaways, I would say. Feel free to find some additional reference if you need it. I like to just get a few of them, maybe 5, maximum 10, I would say, because I don't want to get too much material because it tends to confuse me if I got too much reference. Plus, we're not taking any visuals away from those that we're going to be implementing. It's just the ideas of how it should move, some timing as well, really nice movement in the textures. And here we've got this energy that gathers. Okay, let me go through the resources that we'll be using next. So obviously go to Unreal Engine and download the Unreal Engine 5. The version I will be using is this one. So it's 5.0.1, and there is a build version as well in case you want to follow it with the same version I have. However, getting the latest version probably gonna work for you as well. The content I'll be using for the characters, this is the Paragon Terra. So feel free to grab it and import it into the project. Next will be Gideon. I think that's how you're pronouncing his name. It's a mage character. And it's got some interesting skins as well in case you want to alter a little bit what I'll be working on. So if you want to have a little bit different looking character, it might be a good idea to change its skin. I'm going to show you how to do it later in the engine. And we're going to be using set of props, and that's the package name, Paragon, Agora, and Monolith Environment. So there are a bunch of very useful meshes. They look really nice, high quality, and we're going to create lighting on top of that to achieve the results that we actually want. And also, I'm going to be using the noise package. This is my Gumroad page. I'm going to provide the zip file of those textures as well, if you so you can download it. Alternatively, you can just head to my Gumroad. This is the address. You can grab the latest package. This package will be free, and I'll be updating in the future. So if you want to get some updates, might be worth just grabbing it off my website. Otherwise, you should just extract the zip file and put those into your project. Okay, so next maybe let's head into Unreal Engine and let's maybe start creating our environment, our lighting and post-process. And before you start the next video, I highly recommend to importing those assets first into your project and maybe grabbing the skeletal mesh, dragging it into the scene for both of the characters. And also from this package, I think it's important to take some of the props and drag them into the scene to make sure that your shader is going to be calculated and you don't have to wait a long time before you actually watch the next video. In this video, let's try to build our scene with the meshes that we've imported into the engine. So if you open Content Browser, and you can open it by either clicking on this button or by pressing space and Control on your keyboard. So I've got Paragon Gideon, Paragon Minions, Paragon Props, and Paragon Terra. The way I like to navigate between those folders is to setting up the filters. So click here and click Static Mesh, and it's going to display all the static meshes inside of that folder. You can go through and pick the ones that you like, and you can create your own scene with those props. So I'm going to go to File, create a new level, and I'm going to go for Open World. I'm going to save it straight away, and I'm going to call this one map_02. Next, I'm going to create simple material for our floor. So I'm going to create a new folder just to make sure we are starting from scratch. And I'm going to call this one new, navigate to it and go for material. So m_floor. I'm going to select all my landscape components. So I'm going to select landscape, scroll down to the last component, press shift, hold it, and then select all those components. I'm going to open my content browser, and I'm going to replace this material with the one I've just made. I'm going to open this material, and I'm going to set up a few parameters here. So this one's going to be color. That one's going to be roughness. I'm going to set the metallic to 0 as well. For the color, I'm going to actually go for something darker. So for the V here, I'm going to go for 0.05 or even lower, 0.02. And roughness, I'm going to go for 1. I'm going to save this material now. And I'm going to start dragging some meshes into the scene so I can create a better environment in that scene. So I'm going to head to Content Browser and go to Props. And in here, I'm just going to be typing names, the props that I liked. And I'm going to use, however, you feel free to either go for the props that you feel might look better for your scene and the ones that you want to use, or just carry on with me and then you can start editing or adding some details on top. So here I'm going to start with Evil Gate Wall. And I'm going to select this one, drag it into the scene. I'm going to navigate where the transform is for the location. I'm going to 0 it. And I'm going to rotate it. I'm going to actually enable this button. And here I'm just going to put -90. Or maybe let's go for 90. Actually, I want a different axis, this one. Okay, and I'm going to navigate and move this a little bit down. So I'm going to 0 the location again, and here I'm just going to put maybe -220. I'm going to duplicate it and rotate it to the other side. I'm going to select both of those and change its scale to be 1 and 3:3. While I'm still having those selected, I'm just going to duplicate them by pressing Ctrl D on the keyboard, lower it slightly and increase the scale here Let's try 3.2. It's going to add a little bit more details to that floor. And I'm going to do it again, so duplicate it, and maybe I'm going to try higher scale. I'm going to go with 4 and lower it slightly. Duplicate it again. I'm going to go for 4.2. And I'm going to lower it just a bit to add a bit more detail to that scene and that walkway. We're going to place our characters somewhere around here, so they will look like they actually are on this walkway and just trying to have a duel. So once we have this, I'm gonna get some more meshes. I'm gonna go for floor, ring, inhibit top, this one. I'm gonna drag it into the scene, 0 is location, and leave it like this for now. I think I'm just gonna tweak its scale slightly. I'm gonna go for 0.6. And if I need to change it later, I can always come back here and just tweak those values. Okay, the next mesh I'm going to use, it's going to be ruins, floor, lower. For this one, let's go for 3, 3, and 1, and I'm just going to lower it slightly. Okay. Next, it's going to be jungle camp green. I'm going to place it around there, add some rotation to it. And next, I'm just going to duplicate it. And here where you got the x-axis, I'm going to delete the minus. And it's basically going to mirror that mesh there. Okay. Next, it's going to be dawn turret. Stairs. Okay. Let's 0 the location again. But I'm going to increase its scale to 4 by 4 and maybe 0.5. I'm going to duplicate it and add 180 rotation to it, just to mirror it. Next one's going to be dawn turret floor. I'm going to pick this one, drag it into the scene, and the same. I think again, just going to 0 the values and increase its scale. Maybe 5, 5, and 0.3. So we're getting some nice detail now, but I need to lower it manually around there. I think I'm just going to grab this circle or ring and just increase it slightly. Okay. Next, I'm going to go for dawn terminus or terminus. A spawn. Okay, this structure. So I'm going to drag it into the scene. 0 is location. And I'm going to add quite a scale to it. 10 by 10 by 10. And I'm going to manually offset its height to be closer, a lot closer to the floor. Something like this. I'm going to Control D, duplicate it, and rotate it 180 on this axis. Next, I'm going to bring dawn gate. I'm going to select this one, 0 is location, and manually I'm just going to offset it to be around there. Control D, and I'm going to add minus value to mirror it. And the last mesh I'm going to add, it's going to be core, floor, ring. This one. 0 is location. Manually, I'm just going to place it a little bit lower so I can get just this detail popping through the floor. Okay, so that's our scene. What I'm gonna do next, we're gonna create a character setup for our both characters. I'm gonna navigate to content. I'm gonna enable another filter, which is gonna be skeletal mesh. I'm gonna navigate to Gideon first, get rid of the text I put here. And here we've got the skeletal meshes of the Gideon. I'm gonna pick the default one, place it on the floor, somewhere around here, maybe 500. I'm gonna keep those values. For the Z-axis, I'm just gonna rotate it to face this direction, and I'm gonna do the same thing for Terra character. Minus 500, 0 this one, and minus 90. Okay, so next video, we're just gonna create a blueprint. We're gonna set up those two characters. We're gonna create some debugging tools for us. So I think we're just gonna shoot a sphere towards the character. We're gonna set up the anim montage, and we just need to make sure that our collision and everything works as we want it. Because then later we're just gonna tweak the lighting on the scene a little bit, and we can finally start working on our projectile. Now let's try to create few blueprints so we can actually use our keyboard input and characters animations. So I'm going to delete both of the characters from the scene. I'm going to navigate to our folder, and here I'm going to create a blueprint class. I'm going to go for actor, and in here I'm going to type player 01. I'm going to duplicate this, and that one will be player 02. So let's start maybe with player 2. I'm going to open full blueprint editor. And in here, I'm just going to bring our character, or actually enemy character. So I'm going to type Terra or skeletal mesh. And in here, I'm going to pick our skeletal mesh, and I'm going to go for Terra skeletal mesh. It's going to load the character. So if you go to viewport, you should be able to see the character here. And from the animation mode, I'm going to choose animation asset, use animation asset. And in here, I'm going to type idle. And to make sure I'm picking the correct one, I'm just going to hover over this animation sequence, and it should be pointing to Terra skeletal mesh. So if you look at the path, it's pointing to Terra folders. I'm going to select it, and the character automatically goes into the idle pose. Okay, I'm going to save this, go to the event graph now, and there are a couple of things I actually want to implement here. So from the event begin play, I want to choose play animation. And what's going to happen, and this animation will play always when we press play from the start. And in here, I'm going to find the same animation, which is idle. I'm going to hover over, make sure that I'm selecting correct one. So as you can see, this one is actually pointing to minions. That's not what I want. So ideally, let's select skeletal mesh, click this icon. It's going to navigate where this idle is. And in here, you click this arrow to plug it in. So now every single time we're going to press play, this character is going to play its idle animation. So let's actually test it. I've got it here, I'll drag it into the scene. I'm going to zero both of those values, put minus 90 here and minus 500. I'm going to press play. And as you can see, the character plays its idle state. Okay, so let's go back to our blueprint. Next, let's maybe set up a capsule for the collision. So I'm gonna pick capsule collision here. I'm gonna navigate to viewport to preview it, and in here I'm just gonna try to cover as much area of that character as possible. I'm gonna manually change it maybe to 80. For the height, I'm gonna add 40, maybe 80, and for the capsule radius, let's go with 50 or even 70, and maybe add a bit more height to it as well. Okay, so we're covering a lot of area, and I'm just gonna leave it with the default settings for now. I'm gonna save it, go to event graph, and in here, what I actually wanna do, I wanna create a animation sequence to what's gonna happen when we're actually gonna hit this character with a projectile. So I'm gonna right click and type custom event and add a custom event here. I'm gonna call this one projectile hit. And when we're actually gonna hit with the projectile, I wanna play animation with the skeletal mesh. But here I'm gonna select the animation montage I'm gonna create now. So I'm gonna head to content browser, and in here let's go for animation and animation montage. It's gonna ask us what skeleton we actually want to use, and I'm gonna pick Terra skeleton, which is here. I'm gonna call this one Terra hit. I'm gonna open it, and that's our montage. So what I want to do here, you can pick various animations from the content browser, which is here. However, I find that for the spell that I'll be working on, the stun looks really good. So I'm gonna put stun start here. And now if you play it or you scroll it like I do right now, you can see what's happening. The character gets on its knees. Okay, so what I'm gonna do next, I wanna revert it. So I'm gonna add another one here. However, for the play rate, I'm gonna put -1 now. So what's gonna happen? The character gets hit and then gets back to its idle position. So using exactly the same animation, we're just inverting it to its default state. Okay, so I'm gonna save this, go here, and there I'm just gonna type, or actually open the content browser and drag this Terra hit here. And at the end, I'm just gonna add slight delay. Let's go maybe with 3 seconds. And after that delay, I'm gonna run another custom event, which I'm gonna create here. Custom event, and I'm gonna call this one finished hit. And that one's gonna play the idle again. And in here, I'm just gonna type finished hit, and I can call this here from call functions. So what's happening actually, we're gonna call this event from another blueprint when actually projectile gonna hit the character. Then the character is gonna play the anim montage we just created. And after that, it's gonna go back and play the idle. We might tweak the delay maybe later on, but first we need to see if that works. Okay, so I'm gonna save this, and now I'm just gonna create another blueprint. But before I do that, I wanna go back to capsule that we've created, which is our collision mesh for this character, and I wanna see what options I can enable here. Okay, so I definitely wanna generate overlap events. And in here, I'm gonna go for overlap all as well. So I'm gonna save this now, And now let's maybe go back and start working on our character blueprint. So I'm going to open player 1. And here I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to add skeletal mesh. I'm going to pick Gideon. I'm going to use his idle as well. Make sure you're selecting the correct animation. And as you can see, the idle play automatically. Now let's go to the event graph and let's start adding a few nodes here. So what we want to do, we want to do the same thing. We're going to play animation here as well. And we're going to pick idle. So I'm going to select skeletal mesh, navigate to the idle, and plug it here. And I'm going to create custom event as we did for our previous character. I'm going to call this one finished anim, and plug it here because we're going to basically do the same thing later on in the graph. So when we finish the animation, we're going to go back to our idle state. So just to double test if this actually works, I'm going to navigate to my folder, drag in the player 1 into the scene. 0 is location, put 500 here and rotate him as well. I'm going to press play and both characters now play the idle animations. So in the graph, I'm just going to right click and press X on my keyboard and try to find X input on my keyboard from the nodes. So I'm going to press X and can't find it. So I'm going to add input. Okay, so let's try again, maybe with just X without input and see if we can actually find it here, or maybe space and keyboard. Yep, there it is. Once you start typing X keyboard, you can see it's located here under input keyboard events. And last thing I want to do here, navigate to the players, select it, and there should be option to auto receive input, and I'm gonna set it to player 0 to make sure that whenever I'm pressing a button, it's actually gonna react. So to test it, let's get from pressed, let's get the print node, print string, and we can keep it default, which is hello. So let's navigate to the map now, press play, I'm gonna press X. As you can see, we're getting the hello debug text in our left corner, left top corner. Okay, so that works perfect. I'm just gonna get rid of that one. And let's see what we actually need here. So when I press the button, I want to play the animation again. Or maybe let's disable the input to make sure that we won't be pressing X multiple times before the animation is actually going to finish. Okay, so I'm going to get disable input here. And I need character reference. So that will be player controller 0. So I'm going to go for get player controller. Here, make sure the index is 0 because 0 is actually the first player. And next, let's play the animation. So I want to play animation, and we're going to create that anim montage again, but this time for this character. So right-click under animations, animation montage. I'm going to pick Gideon skeleton, and I'm going to call this one player attack. And from here, I'm going to navigate to asset browser. You can try different animations, see which one looks best for you. I'm going to go for RMB. I'm going to go for intro first. So we're getting this. Okay. And then RMB cast maybe. Let's try that one. Okay. And after this cast, I actually want to play the idle again. So from here, I'm just going to look for idle and drag it into this slot now. Okay, so it seems like it's working, and we can test it fairly easily just going into the scene, pressing play and pressing our X button. But first, let's plug it in here. So I'm going to go to content browser and drag it into our animation slot. Next, I'm going to add additional delay. And let's maybe go for 2 seconds. And here we're going to, after the delay, we're going to actually enable input for our player controller. So we're going to navigate here to where our player controller reference is. And we're going to call this event, which is finished move, or finished anim that we set up previously. So I'm going to compile it, save it now, go to the scene, press play, and let's test it. I'm going to press X. As you can see, our character is animated now. It goes to idle state, and then it starts animating as normal. I'm going to just try to press it a couple times to make sure that I won't be able to cast that spell a lot of time. And it seems like our delay is working. Another thing you might want to enable, if you go to the world settings here, you can get the same options I have here for the game mode. So basically when I press play, it allows me to navigate in the scene with my keyboard and mouse. Okay. So make sure your game override is set to none in case you have this, you got different settings for that one. Now let's actually try to create our projectile. However, we're just going to create a debug one, which we're going to replace later on with the actual particle system. So I'm going to go for blueprint class, and I'm going to go for actor. And here I'm just going to type projectile 01. Open it. In here, I'm just going to add a sphere. I'm going to reduce its scale maybe to 0.2. And I'm going to add, let's try maybe projectile movement, or just movement. And we can choose from the list projectile movement. For the movement, you can add values here under velocity. What I'm going to do, I'm going to go for maybe minus, let's go for minus 200. And let's see if that works. Also, I'm going to type gravity here. And I'm going to 0 the gravity scale. I'm going to save this. Also, let's add maybe collision. So I'm going to add sphere collision here. And I'm going to lower it to maybe 0.5. I'm going to go under physics or maybe collision here and see if my settings actually are correct. So I'm going to change this to overlap all. And I do want to simulate this. Simulation generates hit event. I'm going to enable it. So now let's go back to player 1 and let's try to spawn this projectile. Okay, so we're having this animation, and what we could do actually, we can try to spawn this projectile from the blueprint. But first, let's maybe go back to our player attack and let's see when we actually want to spawn it. So we want to spawn it maybe around here. Okay, so if you look at the timeline, you can see that it's set to be 1.09. So 1.1, okay? So let's go back to our player. And for the delay, let's actually type here 1 second. And after 1 second, what we want to do, we want to spawn actor. I'm going to choose this one. For the class, I'm going to open the content browser, drag in our projectile. But it seems I can't, so maybe let's try a different node. Spawn actor. I should be able to spawn from this one, I think. Projectile 01, let's see where it's pointing to. It's actually pointing to that one. So it seems like I cannot drag it here. However, you can choose it from the list here. Okay, now what's the transform? What's the location I want to spawn this from? So I'm going to right click, split it, and it's going to require me to give the transform location. So what we could do, we can get the socket location from our skeletal mesh. So I'm going to actually open my skeletal mesh for Gideon. I'm going to click here for the actual skeleton. And from this window, you can choose the name of the socket you want to spawn the projectile from, okay? So we know that Gideon is going to be using this hand. So I'm going to try to find something that is already placed. So that's the upper arm. So as you can see, it's already got some sockets here. I'm going to use this muzzle 02. So I'm going to attempt to rename it. However, I'm just going to do Control-C to copy the name. I'm going to navigate to my blueprint now for the player 01. I'm going to drag a node from the skeletal mesh, and I'm going to try to find some sort of socket location maybe. Okay, so get socket bone name. Okay, for the socket name, I'm going to paste the name that we found in our skeleton. I just want to make sure there is no any spaces at the end. So I'm copying the exact name. We can get now maybe location of it. Or maybe instead of going for the name, let's try to go for get socket location. And place our name here. And this is going to give us an exact location. I'm just going to plug this in here. But in case I want to add maybe some additional values, so for example, I want to give it an offset, I can drag it here and either type add or press plus button on your keyboard, and you're going to get this offset pin. And here, if you want to actually add offset, you need to change one of those values. I'm just going to keep it for now in case we're going to need this later. I'm going to plug it here to the transform location. I'm going to reconnect the rest of the input. I'm going to save it, go to the map, press play, just so we can test it if you are actually able to spawn the projectile. Okay, so as you can see, we did spawn our projectile, but it travels through the character here. Okay. If you think it should have different speed, then feel free to experiment with it. With the speed velocity inside of the projectile movement. But I'm gonna maybe keep it that one for now, and then later, if I have to, I'm gonna change it. The only thing I noticed that the animation, the cast animation, cuts too quickly of our character. So let's navigate here, and let's add another offset for the delay here. So I'm gonna get delay. And I'm gonna add maybe additional second of the delay. I'm gonna save it, go back to map, and try to do it again. Okay, it seems okay, so I'm just gonna keep going. Right, the next thing I would like to implement is actually adding collision to that projectile. So first, let's maybe go to player 02 get the capsule, and maybe let's add tag to it here. I'm going to call this enemy. Okay, it's under component tags, so select the capsule, go under component tags, and just get the tag enemy. Now let's go back to our projectile here, go to the event graph. Let's select our projectile here, and let's maybe get on component being overlap. Just press the plus button, and it's gonna get us this. And in here we can choose maybe to see if it actually works. So I'm gonna stop movement immediately of this projectile movement component, which is located here. But first I need to actually get the reference that we've created. So I'm gonna, from other components, I'm gonna try to get component tag. Component has tag, and the tag we actually added was the enemy. Okay, so that will be our bool. Here, let's have a branch. So the system is gonna compare the tags. If it has the enemy tag, it's gonna stop the projectile movement immediately. Let's see if that works. Great. Okay, so as you can see, it collides with our enemy character, and it stops the movement. And the last thing in that video, what I want to do, I actually want to destroy this projectile. Okay, so I'm going to add additional delay, let's say 2 seconds. And then I'm just going to type destroy. Destroy actor. Hopefully that's going to work. So I'm just going to test it. We spawn projectile, it travels towards the enemy, it hits it, stops, and then destroy itself. Great. Okay, so that's it for that video. In the next video, we're gonna tackle the lighting, and we're gonna add some fog and post-process stuff. We're gonna come back to the projectile once we will have some particle systems in Niagara. And obviously we're gonna continue with our blueprint work, because there will be some stuff that we wanna add into those blueprints as well. Now maybe let's try to change the lighting values. Feel free to follow my values. However, if you prefer, you can tweak them as well, and maybe you're going to create something that looks a lot better. Okay, so I'm going to select my directional light. I'm going to zero those values and put 190 here and 200 on Z-axis. Next, I'm going to try to find volumetric scattering intensity. I'm just going to type it in the search box. Okay, it's here. I'm going to set it to 0.5. Next, I'm going to select the fog. For the fog density, I'm going to set it to 1 to see if it actually works, and it does. I'm going to go for 0.1 here. For the color, I'm going to keep it as it is. I want to try the max opacity here. I'm going to set it to 0.5 to be a bit less visible. I'm going to enable volumetric fog as well here. And I'm going to override light colors with the fog. For the albedo, I'm going to go for much darker color. Something like this, and a bit blue tone as well. I'm going to change its view distance to 9,000. And there's this one setting I'm trying to find. It's called extinction scale, which is here. I'm going to set it to high value, like let's go with 25 for now. And now if we go to our color settings that we've got here, we can slightly increase it to create this nice moody effect. Okay. So I'm going to go maybe for slightly colored bluish tone with a value of 0.4. Okay, what else we can change here? Because I think it's a little bit too strong. I'm going to maximize the window. I think it's just coming a little bit too strong. And let's try maybe tweaking this extinction scale, maybe 20. Let's maybe actually keep it 25, or maybe let's go for 20 because it feels a little bit too dark. And I want to take some of the saturation as well. Just tone it down a bit and maybe go for a little bit darker values here. So I think that should be it. The next, I'm gonna try to search for skylight and see if maybe I can increase its value a little bit. Okay. So I'm gonna go for 1.5 here. And actually what I wanna do, I wanna add the spotlight. So lights and spotlight. It's there, I'm gonna zero its value, lift it a little bit, and maybe add a minus rotation on the y-axis. I want this light to cover both characters. I'm gonna press G on my keyboard just to see how it looks. There is not much effect, so I'm just gonna maybe increase its intensity 50, even 500, but we're getting this cone and I don't want it, so I'm just gonna try to find volumetric scattering intensity, set it to 0, and it disappears while I think light is still there. So if I tweak the color of it maybe to pink, you can see it's still there. So I'm going to press cancel, and let's see what other value we can tweak. Cone angle, I'm going to set it maybe to 70 or 60, so we're getting a little bit of that shine on that shield and both of the characters. And I think that should be enough for this spotlight. Next, when I'm looking from this perspective, that wall is a little bit too dark for me. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get here, and also I want to increase its distance a little bit. Okay. We can get a little bit fall off as well here. I don't know if I want to actually cast shadows, but let's keep them on for now. Okay, so I'm actually going to change this setting maybe to 1500, but I'm going to lower the intensity now to 50, or maybe 70. Now I'm just going to keep it at 50. So we're getting this nice shine on that shield, and let's duplicate that light for that wall. So I'm going to Control D, get there and rotate it towards that wall. I'm going to press G, view it from the angle. As you can see, we're getting this nice light shine on that wall. While we having still selected that light, we can tweak the color of it a little bit in case we want to bring a little bit of that orange tone to it. Okay, let's try to find post-process here as well, because we want to add some settings, and it seems like we don't have any post-process volume right now. So I'm going to go to Visual Effects or Volumes. No, actually Visual Effects, add post-process volume. 0 is location here. I want to find the bounds, because right now the bounds are set to that box size. So let's maybe try to find bounds here. Okay. I'm going to try to do it manually. There is infinite, extend, unbound. So now it's going to affect the whole scene. Just to see if that works, I'm going to maybe go to the bloom, enable all of those, put 50, and as you can see, the whole scene is affected. I'm going to keep the intensity low. I'm going to set it to 1 or 2. Let's go for 1 for now. Okay, what else we want to change? Let's maybe go to global settings, contrast, and here I'm going to add 1.1, but it's something that I need to be very careful about because I don't think it should have high value. I'm going to go for 1.1 and later on I can tweak it. But maybe let's head back to Bloom and set it to 2. So we're getting a bit more softer look for our scene. Plus it's going to help the effects get that extra shine around the particles. And last thing, I just want to try to find the vignette. I'm just going to type it here. Intensity, just going to enable it. I'm going to set it to 1. You can see we're getting the full vignette. I just want to go for 0.4, which is default. And that should be enough. If you want to add additional stuff to it, like depth of field or whatever you think might be beneficial to the scene, then feel free. I think I finished with the setting up the lighting now. So in the next video, we're actually going to dive into the Houdini and we're going to try to create meshes for what we might need. So let's discuss meshes in the next video. In this video, we're going to create few 3D meshes, which we're going to export as FBX files. So first, before we start, I want to make sure that you've got Side Effects Lab installed. If you don't, click on this plus button, go under shelves, and in here, you can enable Side Effects Labs shelf. Once you do that, this shelf will become available and you will see only one icon, which is that one. You have to click on it and install the plugin. It's going to ask you to restart Houdini, and after that, you should have all the nodes available that we're going to use. So first, let's maybe create a simple core for our projectile. As a core, I think it should be as a sphere that we're going to add some UVs to it for any material modification we're going to do in the engine. So I'm going to start with a geometry node. I'm going to call this one core, dive inside, and in here, I'm just going to create sphere. To create stuff, it's best to just press tab and start typing. Okay, so as you can see, I just typed sphere, get one of those. Okay, it's very tiny on my screen, so I'm just gonna press space and F to just zoom in a little bit. I'm gonna change this mesh to be polygon, and I'm gonna increase the frequency maybe to somewhere around 20 or 10. So I'm just gonna go with 15. If I need to make any changes, I can always come back to that file and make some of the changes. At the moment, I'm just trying to come up with few meshes that we might use later on in the project. I'm just gonna double check how heavy it is. And as you can see, it's 4,500 polygons. I'm gonna export it like this into the game engine. And I'm gonna check later on if I can come back here and modify that frequency to something that has a lot less polygons. Okay, so we've got this sphere. What I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna get some UVs. So I'm gonna use UV project. Now I'm gonna navigate to my UV viewport. It's got some weird values here, so I'm just gonna reset those. And I'm gonna choose polar projection. I use this mainly if I wanna get some tileable texture on this one, and I want to use Panner to offset that texture over time. So I'm not sure if I'm going to use those UVs. I'm just going to keep them in case I would like to use them. Okay. And I'm going to keep this UV projection on UV channel. Next, I'm going to get another UV project. However, this one, I'm going to keep on UV2. So for example, in Unreal Engine, if I wanted to, I can use one of those channels. It depends what I want to go for in terms of functionality. So in here for my UV project 2, I'm going to switch it here. to preview it, and I'm just going to keep it default. What I want to use this one for is for any world position offset I might do on that sphere. So if I want to move some of the vertices over time, I need a projection that doesn't have any seams. So if you look at the UV1, you could see that we've got seams here. However, on UV2, there are no seams because it's just a simple projection. And I think in that case, it might be side projection or top projection. That doesn't really matter. Okay, so I've got this. Next, I'm just going to add some normals to it. So I'm going to tab and start typing normal. I'm going to go back to my perspective viewport. And in here, I'm just going to get 180 degree of the normals. Next, I'm going to use transform. I'm going to name this scale. Sorry, game engine scale. And here I'm just going to add 50 to uniform scale. Next, I'm just going to press space and F to zoom out and preview the whole mesh. And I'm just going to click File, Export, and Filmbox FBX. I'm just going to export it with the default settings. So that's our sphere done. The next mesh will be a simple disk with some vertex color. So I'm just going to create next geometry node. And this one I'm just going to call disk. And now if I press tab, or actually let's go back, I'm going to hide the core and I'm going to dive into disk geometry. And here I'm just going to press tab and start typing disk. And as you can see here, we've got this labs disk generator. So I hope that you installed the labs side effects tools and you got access to this. Okay, I'm going to zoom in again with space and F. And in here, I'm going to start adding some values. Okay, so for the segments, I would like this to be, let's say 50. I want this to have 50 segments, but I don't need that much on this axis. So maybe I'm just going to reduce it. Let's try 4, maybe 3. I think 3 should be enough. Okay, and I need only that many because I want to start introducing the vertex colors. Okay, so what else we might need? Let's maybe scroll down a bit. You got various settings in the disk generator if you want to. However, I'm just gonna keep it up on 0.5 here on this ramp. And next, let's maybe add some normals to it. And for the normals, I'm gonna go with 180 again. And at the end, I'm just gonna have a transform again, as in the previous geometry, and I'm going to add 50 on the uniform scale. However, I want to go back to my disk here and I want to tweak a couple settings. For example, one of those will be the vertex color. So I'm going to go into the vertex color tab. I'm going to click add color, and in here I want to create a nice ramp between a black center and the black outline as well. Okay. And I'm doing this mainly because I want to introduce using vertex color instead of alpha. Normally, you might want to have a alpha texture to mask out those areas. However, because of the vertex color, you can use vertex color without using the texture, because textures might have impact on the memory in games. However, with the vertex color, it's I think it's just a bit more optimized way to do it. Okay. Let's check our UVs as well. So this generator usually comes with a default UV. So I'm just going to go to the UV viewport. And as you can see, we already got some UVs. So you can go with those. However, I think it's a good practice to add additional channel as well in case you need it. So I'm going to use UV project again. However, in here, I'm just going to use this as a second channel of my UVs, plug it in. And now I've got 2 in case I want to use the second one. So I might have designed some textures, for example, that are circular in substance. And if you do that, then you can basically use the second UV channel. However, most of the time we will be just dealing with this one because we will be running a couple noises through that UV channel. However, if you need a second one, it's always available to you. Okay. Right. So let's go back to the perspective. I'm going to zoom out because we scaled it up by 50. And I'm going to use exactly the same way to export this mesh. When you're importing any mesh to Unreal Engine that's got vertex color, there is an option for the vertex color import. Okay, and you need to select replace because by default it's set to ignore. So if you're gonna import your mesh with ignore, there won't be any vertex color. So please bear in mind when you will be importing your meshes to select replace option for the vertex color. Another mesh that we're gonna do will be the spiral. So I'm gonna create a next geometry node. I'm gonna call this one spiral. I've disabled this because I already got it, so I won't be using it. I don't want this to overlay on top of what I'll be working on next. So I'm gonna bring spiral, another side effects labs tool, and in here I'm gonna maybe change some values for the radius, but I'm gonna zoom in just to see what I'm doing. For the height, I think I just want to go maybe with 0.1 to see how it might look, or maybe 0.2. Okay, let's go with 0.2. For the loops, I don't need that much because what I actually want, so our core will be here in the center, our disk will be around it, and this will be a spiral that will try to generate energy from outside towards the core. At least that's the idea. We'll have to see how it looks in the engine, and if we won't be happy with the looks, we can always come back here and maybe add a bit more twist to it, or just modify shape of that spiral. But for now, let's maybe go with 0.5. I think it might be a little bit too high because obviously we won't be gathering energy from the floor. We'll try to gather energy somewhere in between because we're gonna rotate that mesh as well. We're going to have a basically random rotation that will be either upwards or downwards. So maybe 0.5 actually might look better. And for the height, let's go with 0.1 for now. And for the points, I don't think we need that much. And the preview points, you can click that button here. So let's maybe go with either 50 or 100. Okay, let's try 50 because it seems much anyway. Next, let's maybe add some vertex color to it as well. Attribute randomize, or actually we want something else. We want, let's try gradient. Okay. And what I'm trying to achieve with the gradient is for that line to go basically black to white, so I can control the gradient on the mesh as well. Okay, so we've got that gradient. I'm going to put this one somewhere in the middle. I'm going to click this button to expand this, so I can put values here. That will be 0.5, and at the end I want a value of 0. So basically I want to go from black to black and white in between. So we're going to treat this as our alpha. So we're going to have a smooth transition of the texture on that mesh from 0% translucency, and then it will go visible somewhere in the middle, and there will be nice transition to 0 alpha again at the very end. Okay, so we've got this. Okay, what else we could do? We could add sweep to actually generate a geometry. In here, I'm going to pick ribbons rather than second input. And as you can see, we're getting some geometry now. For the width, we can modify this. I'm going to go maybe with a higher value, 0.25, because I will be modifying this ramp we've got here. I'm going to grab the last point. I'm going to expand this. Let me get rid of those points. And in here, I actually want to create a nice curve. So I'm going to right click here, go to set interpolation, and I'm going to click Bezier. And I'm going to do the same here. And now you can add additional point and you can create a nice curve like this. Okay. You might want to scroll down as well where you have the role. And for example, if you're working on a project that is first person, you probably want to add some roll to it. So if that's your camera view, you want to see that spiral like it's in front of you, because that's how the camera will be facing that mesh. However, if you work on a top-down project, you might want to create either a roll of 0 or maybe a negative or positive. Basically, you're trying to see the whole volume of that mesh. So for our project, we're working on the third-person perspective. So I'm just going to go with maybe 45-degree of roll. Next, I'm going to add some UVs. So I'm going to use UV transform this time. I'm going to go here. And as you can see, we don't have any UVs. So let's go back to perspective. And in this sweep node, you can go here to the UVs and attributes, click compute UVs and normalize compute UVs. Okay. And now let's preview it. And actually, we don't have to do anything in the UV transform. Okay. You might want to add rotation if you really need. So for example, if you want this to be rotated because you got textures already made in that angle, you might go here, for example, add rotate like this, but then you'll have to offset it in here on translate. Okay, so I'm just gonna zero it, go with default settings. Let's go back to our perspective view. Now I'm just gonna align it to the center. So I'm gonna use axis align, and in here I can basically dictate how I want this. So I want this bit, the center of it, to be right there on the 0, 0, 0. Okay, so I'm gonna tweak a couple settings, justify maybe max, and this one let's try different options, and now you can add offset manually. So I'm just gonna maybe put here minus 0.1. Okay, it seems like this might fit very close to the middle, and I think that might be enough. The only issue I've got now is actually it seems like it's not on the center, on the Y, so I'm going to try to go with that value on the center here and min on X and Z axis, and I'm just going to export it like this. Okay, feel free to tweak a couple settings because you don't have to export just one mesh. Obviously, this is made procedurally, so you can, for example, export this mesh. You can add a bit more loops to it or less loops to it, a bit more height as well if you want to, and just explore those settings. Export a couple meshes as well, because for your case, it might look a little bit different, and you might just prefer a different look in your effect. Okay. And at the end, I'm just going to add normals to it, 180 here, and next will be transform because I want to add a 50 on the uniform scale. Just going to zoom out just to preview how it looks. I don't need this bit to be on a center. I just want this to be roughly aligned with the center because I can always offset it in Unreal Engine. Okay, so I think that's it. Next, we're just gonna go into Substance, create a couple textures that we might use in this project, and then we're gonna just import those meshes and textures into the engine, and I'll walk you through the settings on the import as well. In this video, I want to show you a couple noises that you could create on your own, and also we'll be creating textures for our projectile. So first, I just want to show you what I'm using noises for. I'm going to drag some of those onto the screen. All the noise you can get from the pack I mentioned in previous videos, or you can just export your own noises using technique I'm going to show you in a minute. So we've got this one. Let's get a very basic pedaling noise. And I want cells as well. Okay, but I'm gonna invert cells because I actually want that sort of pattern. I'm using this pattern very often when it comes to any erosions. Okay, right, so you've got 3 of those textures basically, and let me run that through transform. And in here you can preview tiling by either multiplying or dividing, and you can see how the texture is tiling, or you can just press space. And as you can see, it doesn't tile at the moment because I did rotate it. However, if I just gonna go to the basic one without any transform, you can see it's tileable. Okay, so this one I'm mostly using for the erosion, and to preview how it might look in the engine, you could just get a threshold node and you can use that threshold to preview how the erosion might look like. So as you can see, we've got nice distribution between white and black values here, and very soft gradient in between those. Ideally, you probably want to run this through auto levels. And now it erodes a little bit nicer. You could add blur to it as well if you want to create even softer transition, although it doesn't always works the same way. So as you can see here, we've got a very rounded edges. However, if you're going to plug this directly to threshold, we got a bit more sharper edges here. Okay, and you can use this with the smooth threshold in Unreal Engine as well with the node. I'm going to show you that once we get into the engine, but I encourage you to create some of your noise textures and just export them into the engine so we can have them ready. And also by creating your own noise textures, you're going to start get better understanding how and where to use them. Okay, so that's our erosion that we might use. Let's try that one. Okay, so I'm going to run it through blur, run it to threshold. And as you can see, we're getting a different look when it comes to erosion or whenever we'll be doing UV distortion. Okay, and that texture is tileable, which is the most important part because you can scale it both ways. You can just plug it directly as well, and you're gonna get completely different look. Let's maybe lower the blur amount. Okay, I'm just gonna increase it just a bit. Okay, so that'll be probably our final texture that we would like to export into the engine. And basic pedaling noise, I'm using that one a lot when it comes to UV distortion. I think the scale of it by default is a bit too much, so I'm just gonna scale it maybe to 8. And you can see we're getting like a really nice erosion, or we can use that for the UV distortion. To be completely honest with you, I use pedaling noise mostly for the UV distortion. You can run it through blur as well as with the previous ones, and you're gonna get slightly different shapes with the blur, a bit more rounded ones. Okay, right, so those are noises. I'm not gonna export any of those into the engine because I will be using the pack and the textures I'm gonna provide you with. However, try to create some of those on your own so you can get slightly better understanding on how and where to use them in the engine. Okay, so let's start making textures. First, I want to start with a simple starburst. I'm going to press Tab and I'm going to start typing starburst. And let me zoom in a bit. I'm actually going to disable 3D view because I don't need it. I just need to preview my texture. and the nodes as well. I want to lower the number of branches maybe to 4 because I just need this sort of star shape. I'm going to increase the blur amount and maybe the min size as well because I want to get rid of the banding on that one. Okay, I'm going to increase the max size just a bit, and that will be our blur. So I'm going to run this through blur as well. I'm going to duplicate our starburst here so we can maintain all the sizes. However, I'm just going to get rid of the blur amount, and I'm going to decrease the size max and size min just a bit. Now I'm going to blend those together, and I want this blurry version to go at the top. I'm going to select add a blending node, and now I can control the blur amount I want behind that. Okay, so I'm probably going to go with a 0.7, and also I want to run this through. Let's try. I'm going to type scan. I'm going to get histogram scan because I'm trying to get slightly brighter version of it. So you can choose either this one or this one. I want to run this one through bevel as well with a minus value, something like this, and I could use this one for the erosion. So as you can see, we can run this to threshold, and we're going to basically build that node inside of a material editor. So we could do disappearing of that shape using the slider or dynamic parameter in Niagara. So you can see it looks slightly animated rather than on and off. Okay, so I've got this bevel, and now I'm just going to use RGB merge. And that one's going to go to the blue channel. Maybe this version is going to go to red channel, and that one's going to go to the green channel. So essentially, I packed all those 3 textures into one. I'm going to click this button, save, and you can save that as a Targa file without alpha in your directory, which you're going to import later on into the Unreal Engine. Okay, so that's our first texture. Let's try to build another one. We're probably going to need a nice glow around many shapes that we're going to build in Unreal Engine. So I'm just going to get one of the starbursts we've built, copy and paste it here. And I want to create a slightly blurred version with more branches. So I'm going to start introducing maybe 15 branches, or maybe let's go with 10. I'm going to add some variation to it and randomness as well, and maybe 0.5. And now I'm going to start introducing more branches. So let's get maybe 15. I'm going to increase size max as well and size min. So I could get really nice blur version of the starburst. Okay, I'm going to tweak a couple settings. I actually want to get a quite high blur, and now I'm just going to tweak the size of it just to make sure it doesn't go outside the edges. And to make sure it actually doesn't go outside of my edges, I'm just going to get transform. And I can either press space here to see tileable option. Can zoom out. I can't see any banding, so it shouldn't go outside. However, I'm just going to click Alt and Shift, hold it, and just scale it down a bit, just slightly by a couple pixels. Okay, so it doesn't seem like it's actually tiling. I'm going to get a blend as well, just to get rid of the outline. I'm going to set it to add, and zoom in, and there is no banding. Okay, so I'm just going to keep it as it is. I'm going to get RGB merge again. I can just plug those in here, and I'm going to export this one as a next texture. Let's try to build another one. I'm gonna get Perlin noise. From here, I'm gonna run cross-section. In some versions of the Substance, I notice the cross-section is not available. So if you cannot see cross-section in your version of Substance Designer, please update the software, because this is what I did, and it suddenly appeared in the next version. So you might have a buggy version, essentially, and hopefully the update will help. So I'm going to scale down the Perlin noise. I'm going to tweak some of the settings on cross-section. I want actually gradient mirrored. I'm going to scale it down because I need just a bit of a trail like this. I'm going to run it through histogram scan, because I just want to extract the shape of that trail. Something like this. If you want a slightly different trail, you can just select the cross-section, and here you get cross-section coordinate, and you can just manipulate this slider and maybe get something a bit more interesting. Let's maybe change the scale to 5 and try to get slightly interesting shape. I mean, something like this might work, so I'm just going to keep it for now. And if it's not going to look good in the engine, I can always come back here and tweak a couple settings and get another version. Next, I'm going to run it through bevel and get the distance to minus values. I'm going to use this and run it through multi-directional warp grayscale. And I'm going to get Perlin noise to get to the another slot, that one, intensity. I'm going to reduce its scale by increase the intensity here, maybe to 100, and we're getting this really nice fluid look in our trail. We can play with those settings as well, so maybe I can change it to chain, lower the intensity, see how it looks. It's got very sharp angles, so I'm just going to change it back to either max, min, average. Test it yourself and see which one looks best. Maybe let's try maybe min. Let's change the directions as well. And I think, in my opinion, average looked the best, so I'm just going to pick average, and we're getting a bit more data in those areas, as you can see. I'm going to lower the intensity because I want to just get a slight warp. Okay, I'm going to run this through blur. And I actually want quite a lot blur, so I'm going to go maybe 30 here. And now I'm just going to blend those together. And that one goes to the top, so I can control the opacity of it. And this time I'm actually going to try max rather than add, because if I'm going to add those together, you can see we're going to overblown the values. So I'm just going to keep it at max. And now with the slider, I can decide how much blur I want behind it. Okay, so let's maybe keep it 0.5. Let's run it through warp next. This time, let's maybe try this node to get a little bit direction through that warp. Okay, I'm gonna add blur as well and plug it into the gradient input of the warp. And here, as you can see, if I put 5, I'm getting a slight directional blur here. I'm gonna lower the amount as well, because it feels a little bit too much, maybe 50. With blur, I'm probably gonna increase it slightly, maybe to, let's try 15. And in warp, I want to slightly increase to introduce those waves and add a bit more randomness to that texture. Okay, next, let's try a directional blur. You see if we can achieve even more blur through that node. I'm going to rotate it slightly to, let's try 90, or actually 0 is going to work best. I just need slight blur. Okay, let's maybe go with 20 and blend those together using the same technique that we used before, which is max blending mode. So we can maintain our original shape by introducing slight motion blur to it. Now what I would like to do, I would like to get rid of the edges of that texture, because what I'm going to do, I'm going to use panel node to scroll that texture from one end to another in that swirl that we made in Houdini. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to blend this and I'm going to create mask here. I'm going to get a gradient and I'm looking for, let's try that one. I'm going to rotate it 90 degrees. I'm going to run it through histogram scan. As you can see, we're getting nice transition from black to full white values. I'm going to plug that in and I'm going to set the blend to multiply. And as you can see, we did get rid of the white edges here. Maybe let's change the position of it slightly so we can get slightly better transition to make sure we actually have a black color at the end. And I'm going to use RGB merge. And what you could do, for example, you can grab this whole section, copy and paste it 2 times. Select this node, select cross section, move it slightly so you can get slightly different results. Like this, you can even increase the Perlin noise to maybe 8. Also, I'm going to tweak a couple settings that we have maybe in multi-directional warp here. And that will be my second texture that I could plug in into the green channel. This one I'm going to plug as well. And I'm going to tweak a cross section randomly. So that's our texture. We got RGB, and we can basically plug one of those to see which one's going to look best, and we can choose that one. Otherwise, we can always come back here to our procedural graph and we can tweak a couple settings to get slightly different results. Okay, so that's for the texturing part. And next, let's put everything into the game engine. Let's modify its settings on import, and let's start making our materials for the projectile. Now we are back in Unreal Engine. Well, I'm gonna show you first how to import the meshes and ideally what sort of import settings you should have if you have a vertex color on any of your meshes. So you can either right click and click here, import your meshes, or you can just drag your mesh from folder into the content browser like this. You're gonna get a pop-up window, and if you're gonna reset to default, that's what I usually do if I'm not sure what kind of settings I have at the moment. So I'm just gonna reset to default, and as you can see here, you got vertex color import options. I think it's just hidden in advance. So ideally just go in there and change from ignore to replace. And that will make sure that your vertex color will be imported in your mesh. So I'm just gonna cancel because I already imported my meshes. I think we had disk, and disk had the vertex color. So ideally, after the import, you just go in here and you look for the options for the vertex colors, which are under show and vertex colors. Okay. If your mesh is white and you do have vertex color, then it means that you need to change from that ignore to replace. Right, anyway, so I hope you imported all your meshes, all your textures as well. You got some noise maps as well. Either you created your own, so maybe you just got the one I provided you with. So now let's maybe start working on our materials. What I'm gonna do, because we already got the scene set up with all the lighting and stuff, I'm just gonna drag this sphere into the scene here. I'm gonna go into our materials new folder, and I'm gonna create m_core. So that will be our master material. I'm gonna create instance of it, and I'm gonna call this one core 01 mi for material instance. And I'm gonna assign this instance onto this mesh. As you can see here, under elements, we've got this assigned. What I'm going to do now, I'm just going to open the master material. And we're going to work now on this material while previewing our mesh. So basically, we'll be creating some nodes here, and we will be going back and forth between the scene and the material editor just to preview it, what we're making, and we'll be testing our parameters as well. I mean, normally I have this on my second monitor, so if you do have a second monitor, just drag that onto that space. However, because I'm recording one screen, I'll be going back and forth just to show you what we'll be designing. So I'm going to go to my material, and I'm going to drag in some textures. However, first I want to design an outline for my sphere without any textures. So I want my material to be masked because I will be using erosion. And I think that's the only change I'm going to do on this material in terms of its properties. And I'm going to bring Fresnel. I'm going to bring power next and a parameter. I'm going to call this one Fresnel contrast with a default value of 1. I'd like to be able to control the color of it as well. So I'm going to multiply this with the vector 3, which I'm going to turn into parameter. And I'm going to call this one Fresnel color. For the default color, let's go for green maybe. And we can always tweak it inside of material instance. Okay. What else we might need? We could also make this material two-sided here. And maybe we want the inside faces to have a different color. Okay, so what we could do, we could run this through lerp. So I'm going to press L on my keyboard and mouse click. I'm going to bring this one into the B slot. Into the A slot, I'm going to bring a vector 3 again, which I'm going to call inside color. And for the inside color, I'm going to go for maybe yellow. Into the alpha, let's plug two-sided assign. And this node basically is going to dictate inside and outside faces for the color. Okay, so I'm going to plug that into the emissive color. I'm going to create also metallic and roughness properties. And here I'm just going to call this one metallic. I'm going to save this. And now I'm just going to go to the map. And I'm going to check how my properties behaves now. Okay, so as you can see, we keep having this nice outline. I'm just going to press G on my keyboard to get rid of the gizmos. I've got the instance here, so I'm just going to drag it here so we can basically tweak the settings while previewing what we're doing. I'm going to enable all of those that we've created so far. Okay, so Fresnel contrasts. If I ramp it up, you can see what's happening. We're basically shrinking that outline. Okay, so I'm going to go with some default values for now, which I think might look okay. And then later, we're going to come back to our material instances and we're going to tweak them to the colors that we think might look best for our projectile. So right now, feel free to just play with those settings, adjust the colors that you might like, because obviously this exercise is for you to create your own projectiles, okay? Right, so as you can see here, I'm just going to keep it 1.2 for the Fresnel contrast. Metallic, you can tweak those settings, see what they do, and roughness as well. I'm going to keep roughness maybe 2.1. Fresnel color, so here you can basically click on that color and increase its intensity here to make it glow. So you can maybe ramp it up to 10 and then come back here to Fresnel contrast and tweak this one as well. So as you can see, now we're getting this really nice glow as an outline. To preview inside color, we can't do that right now. So let's maybe go back to I'm gonna dock this material here. I'm gonna go back to my material. And now maybe let's bring in some texture so we can actually see the inside faces. So let's maybe design the erosion. Okay, so I'm gonna head into textures and noises. And from here, I'm just gonna pick this one. Okay, I'm gonna design the system as well that we're gonna use in our noise and other textures as well. So here, I'm just gonna turn that into the parameter in case I wanna change the texture later on in the material instance. I'm gonna call this one erosion texture. So ideally, I want this texture to move while it's making the object disappear. So I need panner for this. Okay, I'm gonna plug panner into the UV slot. And I would like to control the timing of that texture as well. So let's bring texture coordinate. I'm going to multiply this. And I'm going to multiply this by 2 of the parameters, which I'm going to append. So I'm going to use append vector, so I can control horizontal and vertical tiling separately. And I'm going to convert that to parameter. I'm going to call this one erosion tile U. I'm going to copy the name, convert that to parameter, and that one will be erosion tile V. I'm going to go with the default values of 1. Okay, and that goes to the coordinates. For the speed, I'm just going to select this setup, copy, paste, plug it into the speed, but I'm going to rename erosion tile to erosion speed. Okay, and that's our erosion setup. So now I'm just going to make a little bit space here. Or maybe let's keep it far away. And what we want to do, if we're going to just plug this in straight into the opacity mask using the red channel, we're going to have a default erosion, as you can see. And you can actually see the inside faces now, which are yellow. So maybe let's go back to erosion speed and change that to 0 so we don't get any movement of that texture. Okay, so that's what we've got. However, we would like to control the erosion. So what we could do, we could maybe run this through add. I'm going to bring another parameter. I'm going to call this one erosion value. I'm going to plug this here, and I'm going to run this through clamp next, just to make sure we won't go onto some crazy values, okay? And in here, I'm just going to plug this into the opacity mask. And now with that parameter, if I'm going to change this to -1, we can't see anything. If I'm going to change it to 1, we see the full sphere. And 0, we're getting this essentially. Okay, so now maybe I'm just going to set up the slider. So min will be -1, max will be 1, default will be 0. So if I'm going to save this, I'm going to click on the map next, and we're going to tweak a couple settings just to make sure we understand what's happening with our material. I'm going to bring the material instance again. Enable everything here. erosion value. So if you use slider now, you can see you can erode your core mesh now, okay? But now to make it a little bit more stylized, you might tweak the values of the tiling, okay? So here you've got erosion tile, I think. So if I change this maybe to 0.5 and that one to 2, we can see we're getting this really nice stylized look. So I'm going to grab that sphere as well, and I'm going to actually rotate it to something that we might have in Niagara later on. Okay, so that'll be like a side view. And now if I use it, you can see it kind of disappears in this really nice stylized look. And now maybe let's play with the erosion speed as well. So maybe I'm going to put fairly low value, 0.1 and maybe 0.05 on this axis. Okay, maybe let's speed this up a bit. I'm going to change the inside color maybe to something darker. I'm going to go for this blue look. Almost black. Or to make it even more visible, you can go for a completely different color. You can change other options that we've designed here as well. For example, Fresnel. I'm just going to keep it to what we had before. Okay, so let's keep going with our settings. So let's go back to our material now, and let's design some other functions as well. Okay, so I'm just gonna grab that erosion we've designed here, and next I'm just gonna maybe bring some texture to our sphere. So for the texture, I'm gonna use another noise, and I quite like this texture. So I'm just gonna bring this here, rename this, and actually turn that into parameter. I'm gonna call this one texture. I'm going to copy some of the functionality we've got here. So I'm basically going to copy the whole panel system here, but I'm going to rename it to texture tile. So basically I'm going to rename every single erosion word we've got here into the texture. Also, I would like to have control over the color. So I'm just going to multiply this with the parameter, which I'm going to call color. I'm going to right click here and connect it to the base color. I'm going to save it. And I'm going to go to the level now just to see how it looks so far. I'm going to change the color from the default black maybe to something a bit more visible like red. I'm just picking those colors random at the moment because I just want to see if the functionality we're trying to design works. As you can see, we can see the texture, so that's cool. You can also change the speed here as well, maybe 0.2. Let's stay with maybe with the low values for now. Okay. Next, because this texture, if you look at it, it's just very static. So I would like to add some movement to it as well. So I'm going to bring another noise. I'm going to go for this one. I'm going to call this one noise texture. I'm going to select this whole panel setup again, copy, paste it here, And I'm going to replace every single word with the texture. I'm going to replace it to noise. And next, we're just going to add this to our UVs here. Okay, or actually, let's do it after the tiling. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to add here. I'm going to set a multiply parameter, and this one's going to be called noise power. The default value, let's go with 0. I'm going to plug this in, and that goes to Panner. Okay, I'm thinking that we could also add this to our erosion, but let's maybe leave it for now. Although if you really want, you can create the same thing that we did for the noise texture to the panel, so you can get a bit more noise distortion onto your erosion. Okay, I'm just going to leave it like this for now because I want to see how it looks. I'm going to enable all the parameters. You can see we got plenty of options now. We can disable some of them later on, but I'm just going to go with 1 to preview the noise power. You can see what's happening with distorting our texture. But I think I'm just going to need a low value like this, like 0.2, maybe 0.3. And then we can add some noise speed as well here. Maybe let's go with minus values on the noise and very low values as well. So I'm going with minus 0.1 and minus 0.05. And hopefully you can see we distorting our texture really, really nicely now, creating that kind of fluid movement. Okay, I'm going to test the erosion again, just to see how it might look. And maybe now I'm going to change this Fresnel color to something a bit more suitable. I'm going to change that red color as well. Okay, let's check erosion so we can see our inside color. I think it looks really nice now. I'm going to save this and go back to adding stuff to our material. Next texture I'm going to add is one of those. I'm just going to go for the brightest one because I want to add this to the emissive color. So I'm going to change that to parameters. I can change that texture later on in material instance. I'm going to call this one energy texture. Okay, I'm going to copy the setup again with our panel. We're going to end up having a lot of options for our material, so we can customize our instances. And I'm going to rename every erosion to energy. I would like to control the contrast of that texture as well. So I'm going to bring power, another parameter, and let's call this energy contrast, a default value of 1. I would like to also have a dedicated color for that energy. So I'm going to multiply this with a parameter, and I'm going to call this one energy color. And what I'm going to do, we have a lerp here that we're actually adding to our emissive color. I'm going to have add, and I'm just going to add those two together. and plug it into the emissive color. All right, so before we go and actually test it, let's finalize it by just adding a world position offset controls into our material. Okay, so what I'm going to do, instead of dragging in another textures, because we already got 4 here. However, if you want to optimize this, you can bring those into RGBA channels and plug in separate channels. So you might end up having just 1 texture rather than 4. If you're just thinking about how you can optimize this, okay? Right, so I'm just gonna get this one, our noise texture, with all the panner and everything else. And I'm just gonna go here, create a multiply. I'm gonna go with a parameter, which I'm gonna call VPO, which is world position offset power. Okay, next, I'm gonna multiply this with a vertex normals. So the node is called vertex normal WS. Okay, I'm gonna right click here and connect it to the world position offset. And now let's test all of our settings. I'm gonna open our material instance. Enable everything here, our textures and energy color. So let's test the energy first. I'm gonna go with maybe kind of bright color like this one. You can see our energy is popping already. Okay, we can change the colors of it. So I'm just gonna go maybe with a purple. And actually I want this to glow as well. So I'm gonna go here, tweak the intensity, maybe set it to maybe 5. Okay, I'm gonna go where the energy is, tweak the contrast to see if it works. Speed. And now let's test the VPO power. So as you can see, we're offsetting vertices and we're moving them at the same time as well, because we plugged in our noise map. So if I put maybe 50, and that's how it looks. And we maybe will be control those inside of Niagara. We're going to turn that into the dynamic parameter. But first, what I don't like about it right now, it's this energy texture, because it looks too static. So I'm going to go back to my material now. And I'm going to add some additional stuff to it. Actually, I just want to add noise distortion to it. Okay, so I'm just going to make a bit more space here. I'm going to add. I'm going to get our noise, which I'm going to multiply here. And I'm going to get here parameter, which I'm going to call noise energy. Default value of 0. So basically what we're doing, we're multiplying our noise texture as we did here for the power. However, we just want a separate control for the energy texture. Okay, so we're multiplying that, then we're adding those two together, and finally we're plugging that back into the panel of the energy texture. So I'm going to save this and let's see what we can actually tweak now. I'm going to open the instance. Enable noise energy. And as you can see, if I add 0.5, it distorts that texture really nicely, in my opinion. I think we might need extra tiles, so I will go where the energy tile is, maybe put 2 here, or maybe keep it 1 on horizontal axis and maybe add 2 on the vertical one. I would like to speed this up a bit, maybe 0.5 or maybe 0.3 for now. Okay, so let's maybe keep those settings for now. Let's finish our materials in the next video for all the remaining VFX that we might have. And then we're just going to dive into Niagara and play with those settings. But before we finish this one off, let's maybe create our dynamic parameter. And let's decide what we would like to control in Niagara. So we definitely need control over the VPO, which is world position offset. I'm going to call this one a VPO power. Next one will be erosion, because we would like maybe some of our sphere to disappear. So I'm just going to get erosion here. I'm thinking that we might have this glow that we have, the Fresnel, the outline. Maybe you would like to control this one as well. So let's go with Fresnel contrast. And I think the rest of the parameters I can actually tweak inside of the material instance, not in Niagara. So I'm just going to leave it like this. However, you feel free to control or get more parameters if you want. So maybe you want to control some other options. So feel free to just explore those. So what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to plug those in. So let's find our VPO, which is here. So I'm just going to get that one, plug it instead of VPO power, erosion, where it could be. It's here, erosion value. We got Fresnel contrast next, which is here. Okay, and I think that's it. Rest of the values we're going to control inside of the material instance. So in this video, let's finish our materials. I'm going to dive into our folder, create a new material, and I'm going to call this one m_flare. I'm going to create instance of it, flare 01 mi for material instance. I'm going to open it. And in here, I just want this material to be translucent and unlit, because we just going to have this material for any glows that we might have. Okay. So I'm just going to head to my textures. I've got this glow here, so I'm just going to drag it in and convert that to parameter. I'm going to call this one texture. I'm going to bring the particle color as well, because we want to control the color and the alpha of it inside of Niagara. So I'm just going to multiply this with the color. I'm going to have another multiply, and that will be for the alpha. I'm going to still use the red channel. I want to get some depth fade as well to make sure that whenever we intersecting with the geometry, it's going to look smooth rather than a very harsh line. For the fade distance, I'm just going to get a parameter. I'm going to call this one depth fade with the default value of 50. This one goes to the opacity. This one goes to the emissive color. And that's it. So this is the simplest material we're going to do. Okay. Next one, let's design our swirls now. Okay, so I'm just going to create material. I'm going to call this one m_swirl. I'm going to create instance of it. I'm going to call this one mi_swirl01 because we're probably going to have a couple of those. And next, I'm going to navigate where my meshes are. And we're going to do the same thing we did with the sphere. But I'm going to just get our swirl here. I'm going to resize it so you can actually see it a little bit better. Maybe scale of 10. I'm going to drag that instance we've created onto that mesh, and I'm going to open the master material so we can tweak some of its settings now. We're going to use probably similar stuff that we use for our core or sphere. So let's bring the textures first. I'm going to get that trail here. Also, I'm going to go to our noises and I'm going to get maybe Perlin noise for distortion. And I'm going to get this one as well. And I think we won't be needing any more textures. If you want to optimize it, you can probably pack those into one texture using RGB channels. So you end up having just one texture rather than 3. Okay, so I'm going to call this one emissive noise. This one's going to be just noise, and that one's going to be trail. Okay. I'm going to open the other material that we already done, which was our sphere material. This one, core, and I'm just going to copy that panel setup we've done before. I'm going to plug it here. Okay, it's got already noise in their naming, so I'm just going to copy into our noise and leave it like this. Okay, let's work on our trail. Let's say that you've made your trail and your UVs are rotated 90 degrees, okay, or your texture is rotated and facing the wrong way. So instead of going and fixing your texture in a Substance or your trail mesh in Houdini, we might just create custom rotator here. Okay. In here, I'm just going to get texture coordinate. And that goes into the panel. I'm going to make some space for our noise distortion as well. Okay, so what we would like to have in our panel. So let's maybe get the speed first, okay? So I'm going to get 2 parameters, append those 2 together. That goes into the speed. That one will be speed U. Actually, let's add a trail at the beginning. I'm going to copy this one, convert another one to the parameter, and that will be trail speed V. Okay, so that goes into our panel, and that goes into the custom rotator. We're going to have a rotation parameter as well. So that will be texture or maybe trail rotate, default value of 0, and I'm going to plug this one into the rotation angle. After the panel, let's add some noise to it. So add, multiply, and let's have this noise power parameter. That goes into the B slot. Our noise goes into the first slot, and that goes to the UVs. Let's have a control over the color of our trail. So I'm going to multiply this with vector 3, turn that into parameter, trail color, and that goes into the base color. And let's test it. I'm going to open the material instance now. And let's see what we've got so far. Trail color is black, so I'm just going to change this to visible color. And I think our texture might be actually rotated. That's why we've got this trail rotate, I'm going to put 0.25. And as you can see, I rotated 90 degree because it operates from 0 to 1 value. So 0.25 is actually 90 degree. Okay, trail speed. If I'm going to add this here, it goes that way, and this one's go that way. Okay, let's test our noise. Cool, it works as well. So maybe I'm just going to keep it very low value, like 0.3. And now what we could do, because you can see our trail actually tiles, and I don't want it to tile. Okay, so what I'm going to do, let's go to our material here, and first select your texture and sampler source. It's using the texture settings. I'm going to change this to clamp. That's going to prevent it from tiling. And in here for the panner, actually, those values make the texture pan all the time. However, if we're going to plug a value of 1 into the time, we can control it using the trail speed now. Okay, so I'm going to show you that trick just to make sure you understand what this does actually. So here, material instance, I'm going to enable those settings now. Okay, so we've got our trail speed. Okay, so that one will offset it. Okay, as you can see, the texture doesn't tile anymore. So if I'm going to put maybe -1 or 1, you don't see any changes. However, if I'm just going to put 0.95, the texture is gone. If I'm going to put -0.95, the texture starts appearing here. Okay, so we probably need more value, like -0.99, -1 maybe. Actually, -1 is going to reset that texture. Okay, so let's maybe put -0.11. And now, for example, if I just scroll that value, I'm going to make that trail to go from point A to point B. Okay. You can also control this one as well if you want to lower it a bit. So -0.1. And that's how you're going to make this swirl. Okay, it's going to look like it's actually gathering energy from the outside. I think we've got some vertex color as well on that mesh, so let's maybe implement that first. So where we have opacity, we could use maybe our trail for now, and multiply that with vertex color, plug it into the opacity, but we have to change our material to be translucent. And let's maybe make it two-sided as well. I'm going to save it, go back to the level now just to test it. So as you can see, we're already getting this vertex color opacity here. So I think that's good. Okay, let's now scroll it. And I think the opacity works really well here. Okay. Remember, we're not adding any speed on the noise. So for example, if you just add 0.5, it's going to look a lot nicer while it's moving. It's a bit choppy here while I'm just using the slider. However, in Niagara, we're just going to use dynamic parameter for this, and it's going to look good. Right, so I'm going to save this. And I think last bit, I want to add maybe some energy to it as well. That's why we have this emissive noise here. Okay, so what we're going to do, I'm just going to duplicate our panel system, plug it in, and rename from noise to emissive tile, just to match our naming of that texture. I'm going to multiply that texture with the color. So So I'm just pressing 3 on my keyboard and pressing my mouse button to get this node, by the way. I'm going to get this parameter. I'm going to call this one emissive color. I would like to control the contrast of it as well. So that will be power. And let's get emissive contrast. Actually, let's plug this before our multiply with the color. Like this. Okay. What I'm going to do now, I'm just going to multiply our trail texture with our emissive noise. I'm going to plug that back into the power. I'm going to bring lerp as well by pressing L and mouse click on my keyboard. And here I'm going to get the trail color into the A slot. I'm going to get our emissive color into the B slot, and I'm going to get our power, that power node, into the alpha. Okay, and that's going to be our emissive color. All right, so we've got vertex colors. We've got some other stuff as well. Let's test it. I'm going to enable everything that we've designed so far. I'm going to pick some random color. And let's see, emissive contrast. I think we forgot to change the value, so I'm just going to change it to maybe 1. Okay, we can still move our trail so it goes from one point to another. As you can see here, this is the yellow color popping through that energy or emissive value. So I'm just going to add some speed to it, like maybe 0.2 or 0.5 and 0.5. I'm going to change its color, or rather its intensity, to high value like 50. As you can see, we're kind of getting this really nice and glowy color. However, I'm just going to pick a slightly different color that actually matches some other choices that we made so far. Okay, so we're having this trail and we have this energy that goes through. Don't worry about those settings because we're gonna go back to those later on. I'm just trying to design right now the materials and functionality so we can have plenty options to choose from. Okay, so that's our another material. So I'm gonna delete it. We've got everything that we need. Although, let me go back actually to that swirl material and let's change some stuff to the dynamic parameter. So I'm going to bring dynamic parameter, and the first one, let's control maybe emissive contrast. So we can decide how much of this emissive glow we want to have. And next one, we need to be able to control that panel. So basically, we want to move that texture from the end of the mesh to the center of it, or the other end of it. Okay, so I'm going to add this one. It's going to be trail panel. Okay, that's all I need. If you feel like you need more options to control, feel free to add some more here. Okay, emissive contrast, it's right here. I'm going to replace it. And trail panel, I think it was right here, and we used the V value rather than U. So I'm going to plug this one here. I'm going to save it, and now this is ready to use in Niagara. Okay, and the last material we need is going to be for the disk. So m_disk. I'm going to create instance of it. I'm going to call it mi_disk01. Open the master material here, and let's design our last material. instead of designing this material from scratch, let's open our M-Core material that we've done for the sphere. I'm going to select all of those, Control-C and Control-V into our new disk material. I'm going to click on empty space and change this material to be translucent and double-sided. I'm going to get rid of metallic and roughness because we won't be needing those. And if you remember, we designed some vertex colors on that disk in Houdini, okay? So I don't think we're going to be needing the world position offset. So I'm just going to get rid of that one. And I'm going to think how we could implement what we have here. There's some clamp here, probably for the world position offset. So I'm just going to get rid of that one as well. We've got dynamic parameter here, so let's get rid of it because we need to see in the scene what we're working on. And I'm going to plug erosion value here where the dynamic parameter was. Look, let's find out where else is missing the input. So we have Fresnel contrast here. I'm going to get rid of that empty multiply. And I think that's it. Everything else is connected. Okay, I'm going to move the Fresnel maybe somewhere at the top. Or actually, let's select all this Fresnel and get rid of that one as well. I'm going to tidy up this one a bit. So we've got our energy. We've got our texture as well, some noise and erosion. Okay, so let's move erosion maybe to the bottom somewhere just to separate this. For the texture, I actually like this texture to be our opacity rather than the colors that we're going to be displaying. Okay, so I'm going to plug this one or maybe run it with add, and I'm going to add erosion to it because if that's going to be our opacity, let's plug in our erosion here. Although it seems like we already have erosion here, so instead of having add, let's have a multiply. And I'm going to multiply this with our erosion. And that goes to opacity. And as you can see here, we've got this multiply with the color first. So let's maybe run it without this. And for the color, actually, let's keep it as it is, but let's plug it to emissive color and a base color as well. Okay. So this material is a bit messy because we're just moving and shifting stuff around. So I'm going to save it and let's go to the level and see what we've got and see if we are still able to work with it. Okay, so I'm just going to go to my meshes and there's the disk. I'm just going to drag it into the scene, scale it a bit, maybe by 5. I'm going to drag in the instance that we've just created. It is mi disk. Okay, nothing is visible. Let's find out why. So first thing that comes to mind will be the erosion. So I'm just going to change the color first, maybe to something like this. And straight away we can see something appears there. I'm going to enable every single tick box I've got here. Erosion. Okay, seems like erosion is working, so I'm just going to keep it 1. Let's change maybe noise power to 0.5. Erosion speed 0.2, and 0.2 on the noise speed. So something is actually moving, which is pretty cool. We can control the texture maybe speed. Yep. So I'm just going to 0 this one for now. And let's change the erosion. Cool. So I think we've got everything that we need, although we are missing the vertex color. So let's go back to the material now. And that was our disk. And here we've got opacity. And right before we plug this to the opacity, let's multiply this with the vertex color. Also, we might add depth fade as well in case we'll be intersecting with some other geometry, but let's make it maybe here. Oh, let's do it after the vertex color. So depth fade, parameter. I'm going to give a default value of 50, plug it into the fade distance and into the opacity. The other thing that we might want to do and tweak will be the particle color inside of the Niagara. So I know we dictate everything here. However, if you want to do maybe, if you want to control the intensity of it, for example, you can just run it through multiply, get the particle color here, plug it like this. So for example, we will dictate what colors do we want inside of material, and with that node, we will only control the intensity of that color inside of Niagara. Okay, if we have any issues, we will go back to this material and add some functionality to it. But for now, let's just save this and let's see our disk in the scene, how it looks, and if the vertex color works as it should. I'm gonna press G on my keyboard. As you can see, we're getting this very soft transition here. Okay, another bit, if you really want, you can add some control into that vertex color as well. So here we've got this vertex color. What you could do, you can run it through power, but make sure you clamp it after the power, plug it back in here, get the parameter and name it maybe vertex contrast. I'm going to give it default value of 1, save it, and let's test that value now. Okay, depth fade and vertex contrast. So if I lower it to 0.2, you can see what's happening. If I put a higher value like 2, you get much smoother transition here and also from the center. So maybe 1.5 or even 1 seems to be good. So I'm just going to keep it 1. However, this is control in case you want some additional control. Okay. Right. So I'm just going to save all the materials we've done so far and material instances. And the only bit I've got here is that we actually got this energy if we wanted to. So we can maybe add this color to our emissive. So I'm just going to have add here, plug our energy as well, plug it into that multiply, and that goes to the emissive. And now let's maybe get our dynamic parameter, and let's think what we might want to have. And in my case, I only want erosion, to be honest, because rest of the things I can control inside of the material. So I'm going to get erosion here. Just want to keep it simple. I'm going to plug it in here, and now we'll be able to erode the whole disk inside of Niagara. I'm going to save it. I'm going to delete that disk as well from the scene, save the scene, and in the next video, let's dive into the Niagara finally and start tweaking our materials and designing our projectile. In this video, let's design our projectile. I'm going to go to our folder where we have everything here. I'm going to right click, click Niagara system. I want to create empty system. I'm going to go for ns underscore projectile 01. I'm going to drag it into the scene so I can actually see how it looks. I'm going to open the system now, drag it into the view. I'm going to right click and I'm going to bring fountain. I'm going to rename it to core. I'm going to get rid of a bunch of stuff as well. So I'm going to get rid of spawn rate, sphere location, add velocity, gravity, drag, scale color, and sprite renderer. I'm going to bring mesh renderer instead. I'm going to press Ctrl and space to bring the content browser, and in here I'm just going to go where my meshes are, and I'm going to bring this SM sphere 01 and plug it here. I want to overwrite the materials as well. And into this slot, I'm actually going to bring the material that we've made recently. So there'll be materials, new, and let's bring mcore underscore 01. Okay. You can't see anything because we get rid of the spawn rate. So I'm going to bring a burst instead. Okay. Finally starting to see something. For the sprite mode, I'm just going to get rid of it, enable the scale, mesh scale mode, set it to 1. As you can see, we finally we're able to see our mesh. So in here in spawn, I'm actually want to control the rotation of it. So I'm going to bring mesh, initial mesh orientation module. I'm going to select rotation and try to get a side view. You can also, here you have random, you can go to maybe system or orient to vector ideally. And now you can decide how you want this to be oriented. Okay, so I'm going to go maybe for those values, one on y-axis, orientation vector, and mesh axis to orient on the z. I want to set it to 1 as well. Okay, let me check the properties we've got here. I want this to be local space. Emitter state, I'm just going to change the loop duration to 1. So I can see it constantly. I'm going to press G on my keyboard so I can actually see it without any gizmos. Okay, so this is what we've got so far. Okay, I'm going to bring a couple options here. I'm going to first bring dynamic parameter because we got some options there we designed. You can see the erosion works straight away. So I'm just going to put 1 here, Fresnel contrast. I'm going to go for 1.5 or maybe 1, actually 1.2 maybe. Okay, and that's what we've got. Now maybe let's start adding some changes to it. So first, maybe I want this sphere to rotate a bit. So I'm going to add here, let's bring update mesh orientation. And pick the axis you want. I'm going to go maybe with 0.1 here. We're getting some artifacts there for some reason. No idea why. What happens if we're going to put more? Let me press F11 so I can maximize the window, see what's happening there. I think it might be because they are spawning on top of each other. And just for the fraction of the second, so if you go to the lifetime here and change it to direct set, change it to 1, the artifact should disappear now. We only got issue now that it doesn't rotate fully. And then we're spawning another mesh on top of it. Okay, so maybe you don't want to have mesh orientation. So I'm just gonna 0 it and we get like a static sphere, and we don't see that glitch. Okay. However, if you want to rotate, you can do by just pressing 1 here. And if it's doing full rotation, you won't be able to see and this as well. Okay, so I'm just going to keep that module in case we want to later revisit it and tweak a couple changes. What I'm going to do actually, I want to maybe add a light to this one as well. So light renderer, and I'm going to start adding colors. I'm going to add some very high values here. Radius scale, I'm going to set it maybe to 3. And for the blue, let's try high value as well. Okay, I'm going to increase that value maybe to 3, or maybe 4 even, and reduce that one to match the colors of our sphere. Okay, so we're getting that kind of light. If it feels it's too strong, feel free to tweak it. Obviously, we will be tweaking that later on as well. What I'm going to do also, I'm going to bring a new parameter, and I'm going to set up the light radius parameter, which is 3 here. It's probably cutting your screen. However, number 3 is light radius. Okay, so I'm going to multiply that value now. Multiply float. Another float I'm just going to turn into curve. And this one I'm going to put 100. You can see we're scaling this. So I'm just going to select this one, set it to 1, and somewhere in the middle, I'm just going to scale it. Maybe to 0.5. Or slightly lower, or actually higher value, like 0.8. So we're getting this kind of scale. Also, I want this to be very, very subtle. So I'm going to select all the points and change them to auto. Okay, I think the light radius actually values might be quite high, so I'm just going to reduce them because I want this to be subtle rather than blown out. Okay, so I'm going to keep it as it is. Next, let's maybe tweak the dynamic parameters that we set up initially. So first, what I'm going to do, maybe I'm not going to touch erosion. I'm probably going to touch Fresnel, but first I want to tackle the world position offset. So I'm going to change that to curve, or actually I'm going to multiply that value so I can have additional control. Okay, so I'm going to multiply it. The first one's going to be curve. So there'll be float from curve. And in here, I'm actually going to zero that value. I'm going to make a couple points here. Okay, so I'm going to middle click somewhere on the timeline like this. I want this one to be a value of 1 and maybe this one a value of 2. Okay, as you can see, nothing is happening because we multiplying that by 1. So if we put like 50 here, you can see what's happening. And as this projectile will travel, I think it might look really cool if we're going to have that kind of effect. I think 50 might be a little bit too much because I want this to be subtle as well. So something small like 10 might work in our case. Okay. Another thing, I'm going to do the same with those points. I'm going to change them to auto. So we're getting like a very smooth transition between those points. I'm not going to touch erosion. For the Fresnel, I would like to have this value changing. So I'm going to change that to curve. And I think the default value, let's set it to be 1. But somewhere in the middle, let's ramp it up to 1.5. And again, select all the points, change them to auto. And it is a very subtle effect, but you can see it kind of pulls a little bit in terms of its intensity. Okay, so I think that's our core done. Obviously, we're probably going to come back to it once we set up some other particle system, but let's copy this one. So select Control-C, Control-V, and in here, I'm just going to move them closer together because that will be our core section. And I'm going to rename this one to core emissive. For the emissive, I'm actually going to go to the size we've got here and change it to be a random value. So I'm going to press this and start typing UNI, which is going to be, it used to be uniform, but I already get used to that shortcut. So I'm just going to type UNI and get the random range float. And in here, I want this to be slightly bigger than our original core. So that'll be 1.1 maybe, and this value will be 1.3. I'm going to get rid of the light radius and light renderer because we only need one light there. However, in here where we have Fresnel contrast, I'm going to reset this to default value by clicking this button, and I'm going to leave it at 0. So as you can see, it's fully emissive. However, for the erosion, I'm going to have this as curve. Okay, and my default value, I want this to be maybe 1.1, sorry, 0.1. So 0.1, end value to be 0.1 as well. And somewhere in the middle, I'm just going to click middle mouse, and I'm going to maybe decrease it to 0. And we're getting this essentially effect. Very subtle. I think it's going to look quite nice, okay? I don't want this to match the rotation of our sphere. So what I'm going to do, actually, I'm going to add some rotation to this one, okay? So here, you can change that value. Okay. I'm going to rotate it slightly. As you can see, we're getting a slightly different angle on that rotation, which might look quite interesting later on. Okay, and here under mesh orientation, you can maybe play with those values as well if you want. But this mesh disappears and the other one appears in its place, so it might be a good idea if you want to spawn more of those, and I probably want to spawn a bit more of those. I'm going to go to the dynamic parameter when we have erosion, and at the end I'm going to put -1 here. So as you can see, and maybe at the start as well, -1, and we're getting that kind of effect, okay? However, I'm just going to grab this middle bit and maybe bump it up to 0.2 maybe. I'm going to get rid of the burst, and I'm going to replace it with spawn rate. And in spawn rate, you can add 5, and you get constant effect like this. Might be a good idea to go to lifetime now, set changes to random, and maybe randomize it between 1 and 1.5. Also, I'm just going to reset the system. You can see at the start, we can't see any of those brighter meshes, okay? So I'm just going to reduce the spawn rate to 3, and I'm going to add the burst as well. Because I want to see the glow straight away. Okay, so I'm going to keep this one. And now I would like to have some darker values as well. So I'm just going to copy that core emissive, paste it, and in here I'm going to change the name emissive to dark. I'm going to do the same trick. So I'm just going to select the initialized particles, change its scale from 1.4 to 1.6. However, in here where we have the Fresnel contrast, I'm just going to put a higher value like 4. And now we are mixing the dark values and the bright ones together. The only thing here is I want to randomize our rotation. So I'm going to put a random range vector and like to randomize those two. And I think I'm going to do the same thing for the emissive system we've got here. So I'm going to right click, copy that rotation, go into here, right click on rotation and paste. Okay, The thing about the dark, those core dark values, I think there is maybe a little bit too many of them. So I'm just gonna put spawn rate to 2. And also I'm gonna go where we have erosion here. And maybe that middle bit, I wanna scale it to a 0, okay? All right, so this is what we've got for the core. Let's, as a next system, let me think, what else we could add to this, right? Because we've designed a bunch of materials and a bunch of functionality in those materials. Let's add maybe the rings. So let's bring and design the big elements first, and then we can go into details later on. Okay, so next let's focus on rings. So what I'm gonna do, I could create a new particle system starting from fountain, but let's maybe grab our core emissive or core dark, paste it here, and I'm gonna rename this one to ring. And let's maybe do the ring emissive, because maybe we can do the same thing, right? So we're gonna have like a very emissive ring, and then we're gonna have a darker color ring as well. Okay, for the ring emissive, we have to replace a couple of things here. So I'm gonna bring content browser. Let's grab the material first. So that will be material instant disk 01. I'm gonna replace it, and let's go to our meshes, and I'm gonna drag the disk into the mesh index. Okay, it's gonna calculate a couple shaders for us. I'm gonna isolate that just to see it. And obviously we can't see it, so there might be a couple settings that might be wrong. So I'm gonna get rid of dynamic parameter and bring the new one with the default values. Erosion is set to 1. I'm gonna set it to, sorry, it was set to 0. I'm gonna set it to 1. Mesh orientation obviously is pointing to the wrong way and it's rotating. So I'm gonna get rid of the rotation for now maybe. And for the orientation, I'm gonna 0 this random. Actually, let's bring it to default. And let's try to orient this a little bit better. Okay, so seems like that might be the way. Let's check our size. Let's see, maybe 10. I think it might be a little bit too big. So I'm gonna maybe go for between 3 and 5. Okay. Let's go to the dynamic parameter and let's change the erosion to be curve. I want to set this to 0 or maybe -1. Actually, both of those. I'm gonna set them to -1. And at the start at 0.2, I'm just gonna change that one to be 0.5 maybe. Okay, what else do we have here? I'd like to rotate it randomly at the start. Okay, so I'm just gonna bring this, start typing uniform random range vector. Obviously, it's gonna rotate on all of the axes. That's not what I want, so I'm gonna 0 my settings here. And this one seems to be the random that I actually want. Okay, I would like to maybe scale this as well over time. So let's bring a size, mesh size, sorry, scale mesh size. I'm gonna change this to float. So I'm gonna click this button, a vector from float. I'm gonna change this one to curve. And I want this to go maybe from 0.5 to 1. Okay, I'm gonna select both of those, and you can either right click and change them to auto, or you can just select them and press 1 on your keyboard, and it's gonna do it for you. Let's preview it with our orb. I think it's slightly too small, so maybe let's change from 5 to 8. And also it appears a little bit in a popping way. Okay, so I don't want to avoid that. Let's maybe go, because I think it might be our erosion. So I'm going to offset it to 0.5. It feels a little bit better, but it's still not what I want. Okay, so we've got our ring emissive. What I'm going to do, I'm going to copy and paste this, and I'm going to call this one ring dark. Okay, for the dark, we actually need to duplicate the material. So I'm going to click here. It's going to navigate where our material is. I'm going to duplicate it. It's going to rename it automatically. I'm going to drag that one here. I'm going to open it so we can tweak it as well. However, let's isolate that system so we can only view that system. Okay, and let's start tweaking stuff maybe. Okay, for the color, I want something closer to our core. I want this to be fairly dark, something like this maybe. Okay, I'm going to save this. As you can see, we're getting a really nice blend, but also I want to tweak that ring emissive. I want to open that instance as well. And I want to start adding some colors to it. So we've got this energy color currently set to black. However, I'm going to set it up actually to much brighter values. I'm going to put maybe 50 here into the brightness so we can see the effect straight away. Energy, noise energy, I'm going to ramp it up to maybe 0.5 or maybe 1 even. You can play with those values if you want. I'm going to enable everything else as well. Energy contrast, ramp it up maybe to 2. And we're getting this really nice movement. However, let's play with the speed as well. Okay, so I don't want that one, maybe 0.2. This one's really nice because it's actually going outwards. So maybe I'm going to go with 0.5. Okay, energy tiles, you can tile it. As you can see, because we implemented this earlier on during the material phase. Now you have ability to just tweak it to whatever you feel looks best. Okay. You can also add some speed to the texture if we wanted to. I'm going to keep the fairly low values for now. And I think I'm actually going to ramp up the vertex contrast on this bright effect. All right, let's preview it all together. You can see we've got many colors that are actually blending nicely together. I still think that this pink color is not right. So I'm going to bring it a little bit closer to that arcane color that we have for our core. Bear in mind, we're not making anything final yet. I'm just tweaking some values and we're going to evaluate those later to see if they actually look cool. Right, so as you can see, our projectile or core is tilted a little bit. It might look cool, however, I kind of don't like it. So I'm just going to maybe go here and tweak those values. I think it's that one. So we got initial orientation. I'm going to 0 it. And I feel that looks a little bit better. Okay, I'm going to actually go where our ring dark is, and I'm going to increase its scale maybe from 7 to 10. Let's maybe increase the spawn rate as well of them. I'm going to increase the dark to 3 and that one, the emissive one, ring emissive to 4 maybe. Okay, I feel like this starts looking a lot better. The only issue I've got right now, I wonder if we're producing too much overdraw. So I'm going to go and check this out. I'm going to go to optimization, view modes, shader complexity. And as you can see, the whiter this gets, that means we need to optimize it because it might be unusable in the game. Okay, so ideally now maybe get ring emissive, and let's tweak some values of it. Okay, so I'm gonna change the spawn rate to 2. And we're getting into the white color, but just very slightly. So I think this could be okay, at least for now. Right, so we're still getting some of the emissive there. However, I think it blends nicely. I wish that the emissive could stay there a little bit longer. So maybe we could tweak that. We go where our erosion is, and maybe we could add a couple points here, change them to maybe 0.5 in value. And now the emissive stays there a little bit longer. Let's check our performance again for the overdraw. And I'm going to just keep it as it is for now. Cool, so we've got core and we've got the rings, okay? The next bit would be the swirls. So we're going to add the swirls, and at the end, we're just going to add final touches, which will be glow around our core. That will be the flare. And also we're going to add some tiny dots as a final detail for our projectile. So I'm going to, again, grab one of those systems that we already made because we know what's going on in every single of those modules. I'm going to copy ring emissive, copy, paste here. I'm going to call this one maybe sweeps. Or swirls if you like. I'm just going to keep them sweeps for now. I'm going to navigate where my meshes are. I'm going to drag in the sweep mesh, navigate back where the materials are, and I'm going to select the one that we made for our swirls, which is that one. I'm going to isolate that. It's going to calculate some shaders. You can see we start seeing some of them up here already. Okay, so let's see what we can do with them. Okay, I'm going to get rid of dynamic parameter and get the new one. We've got emissive contrast. I'm going to set that to maybe 1 for now. And this is what we have. Trail planner, we've designed that to be a curve, and it goes from minus 0.99 maybe to 0.99. Let's see how this looks. Okay, so I think it goes from one end to another, which is cool. I'm going to ramp up the emissive contrast maybe. I'll keep it maybe at 1 for now. Okay, initial mesh orientation. Okay, so this is already random. Let's see what else we can randomize. Maybe this one, this axis. Or actually, let's maybe rescale those to higher value, like maybe 15 and 20, so we can actually see what's happening there. Okay, mesh orientation, 0.1 and minus 0.1 on X. I'm definitely going to reduce their lifetime, maybe between 0.5 and 1. I'm going to increase the spawn rate as well to tens because I want to see a lot of them. Okay, let's randomize completely. So random on every single axis. I'm going to get rid of the mesh update. Okay, let's play with those values because I think they're actually messing a little bit with the look of those swirls. Right, for the emissive contrast, let's set this to very low value, like 0. So we can actually see them a little bit better. I'm going to randomize their scale maybe between 10 and 20. And for the mesh orientation, I'm just going to maybe operate with the low values like 0.1. So I'm going to randomize between those two. Okay. Let's change this to local. But I think it looks exactly the same. For the dynamic parameter, let's see what we've got here. So we do have emissive contrast. Let's maybe randomize this. So I'm going to put random range float. Let's have it between maybe 1 and 3. And for the trail panel, let's leave it as is, because I think it actually works correctly. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to open the swill material we've designed here. Let's try to tweak emissive color. Okay. Trail, we can maybe bring it a bit closer to that. A blue color. And what do we have here? For the speed, I'm just going to reset everything because I want to make sure I'm actually starting from scratch with this material. Okay. I want to tweak that emissive color. I want this to pop a little bit more. Okay, and maybe let's try a completely different color like orange. Let's put a very high value. Okay, let's maybe try to find a slightly different texture for the emissive input. Okay, so let's maybe bring the trail color. Let's maybe try to increase this one in order for this to look slightly better. I'm going to keep it maybe 3. Okay, noise, power. Okay, what I'm going to do, I'm going to increase their size because I think they could be slightly larger. And they could probably stay a little bit longer alive. So okay, so that feels to me like it's actually gathering the energy from the outside. So I want to keep it as it is. Let's maybe tweak some contrast values. So maybe between 1.5 to 3. I think there might be a little bit too many of them, so let's reduce it. Spawn rate to 5. I'm just trying to see it from different angles. All right, so we've got this. Let's maybe get back to this once we have all the elements. So next, let's maybe get some details on, I'm going to get the glow first and then tiny dots around our projectile.
I'm going to go into our Niagara system, right click and get the fountain. I'm going to rename it to Flare. And from here, I'm just going to I'm going to leave the spawn rate. I'm going to get rid of shape, location, add velocity, gravity, drag and color. I'm going to go to sprite render and try to find our material we've made for the flare. I'm going to isolate it as well so you can preview how it looks. But before we do that, I'm just going to add maybe a couple things to our update here. I'm going to add color. And I'm going to add size, scale, sprite size. Okay. Now let's preview it. Okay, I'm going to reduce that maybe to 5 for now. I'm going to go where the size is and put a very high value.
I think I'm just gonna maybe put 500 and 500 for now. And where the scaled sprite size is, I'm gonna frame it, select this one, set it to 1, and at the center, I want this to maybe go to 1.2. I'm gonna reduce the spawn rate, change the lifetime as well. And now under color, I'm just gonna turn that into curve. I'm gonna select this bottom part where the opacity is. I'm gonna zero it, and somewhere in the middle, I'm just gonna click, change the time to 0.5 and maybe opacity to 1. I'm gonna get rid of the bit with the color, select the other one, so only we can control it in a one place. Okay, maybe I'm gonna ramp up the intensity of it as well to, let's maybe put 10, because 20 seems a little bit over the top. And now we can see we've got this glow around our core, although it's too big, so I'm just gonna reduce it now maybe to 350. It seems about right, so let's randomize it between 350 and 400. And we are getting nice glow around it now. And let's add final details. I'm just gonna get fountain again. And in here, I actually want to keep the shape location. I'm gonna get rid of the velocity. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna have a sprite size again. So scale sprite size. I'm gonna get rid of gravity. I'm gonna keep the drag. I'm gonna get rid of scale color and add color. And let's maybe add some vortex to it as well. Okay, but let's maybe modify our current settings, and then we can come back here and add the vortex. So for the shape location, I'm actually gonna put a quite high value. So let's try 500. Okay, how about 200? Because I want those dots to go maybe around here where the disk ends. So that would be maybe 300. That seems about right. Let's see what other options do we have. Sphere distribution. Let's try direct. Nope, so we're going to keep it random. However, what I want to do, because we are displaying this on a sphere, I'm going to reduce the one of the axes of that sphere. So it will be a little bit more flat, just like our disks are. So maybe 0.2 to give it a little bit more volume. And I think that looks okay. For the color, let's turn that into curve. Or actually, let's select our flare we have here. I'm gonna copy this, right click on the color, copy, go here and paste it. Okay, I just think we could get a bit more intensity on it. So maybe I'm gonna add 100. Okay, keep it like this. And now I'm just gonna add this vortex force. Okay, I'm gonna select this particle system. I'm gonna turn that into GPU as well. So I can spawn a lot of those tiny dots. I'm gonna enable fixed bounds, and maybe I'm gonna put some higher value here, like 500. So minus 500 and 500 on the max. And another thing I want to add before I'll start tweaking some values here, I want to get size by speed. So scale sprite size by speed. I'm going to put some values here. So I'm going to put maybe 50. Sprite renderer here as well. Let's try to get velocity aligned. Okay, perfect. And now we can go back to scale sprite size by speed and start lowering some of the values here. Okay. Also, I'm going to go to initial sprite size and lower those value here as well, because I want those dots to be tiny. Okay, I'm going to go to spawn rate and spawn a lot of those, maybe 500. And now I'm going to go back to the scale sprite by speed and going to try to modify some of its values. Okay, we also have this scaled sprite size. I'm going to use that one as well. What I'm going to do, I'm going to set them both to 0. I'm going to add a couple dots here. And I'm just going to scale them up over time. Okay, I'm going to add another one here maybe. Here and here. So that one goes a bit lower, that one's go a little bit higher. All right, because it's snappy, I'm just going to put some values manually. So that one will be maybe 0.65. This one's going to be size of 0. That one's going to go to 1. That one's going to be 0. And that one maybe I'm going to put at 0.2. Okay, so you can see if you look closer a little bit on those dots, they look like they might be blinking. And that's because of that scale that we manipulate. Okay, I still think they are quite big, so I'm just going to reduce their size maybe to 1. And now they're quite tiny, which I quite like, so I'm just going to keep trying to find a good random value between maybe 1 and 2. And I think it looks okay now. Right, so feel free to experiment with the spawn rate you might want to have. I'm just going to keep it as it is. Okay, so we've got all the details now, and the final bit, I really don't like those swirls. There's something wrong with them, so I'm going to do actually, first I'm going to rename this particle system to dots. I'm going to try to find my sweeps, which are here, swirls, open the material I've got here, and I'm going to modify some of its settings that we exposed during the material creation video. So let's go to particle system and let's actually isolate those swirls, okay? And now in the material we can tweak some of its value and see if we can make it to look a lot better, okay? So first I'm going to focus on tiling. So I'm going to get emissive tile here. I'm going to try to get maybe a different settings for it. It doesn't seem like anything is changing, so maybe let's try some other values as well. So I'm going to get noise and maybe lower it to 0.5. I'm going to get emissive speed as well. But I want a low value, so maybe 0.2 and 0.5 on this axis. For the emissive tile, let's maybe keep it at 1. For the noise power, I'm just going to ramp it up to 0.5. And noise speed, let's try to add some values. Right, so now we see some sort of movement. So let's maybe go lower, like 0.1 for the noise speed V. Let's try maybe a high value. Right, so this seems like it's actually moving some of the trails. So let's maybe keep it 0.5. Okay, or maybe even lower. Or actually, let's have it 0.5. Okay, trail rotate. What's going to happen if we're going to zero it? If that's something you want, maybe a bit thicker swirls, you might go with that. I'm just going to go with 0.25. And now I'm going to go back to the particle system and try a couple values. Although, let me maybe get the emissive color and let's ramp it up to very high value, like 2000. So we're getting some of the highlights maybe now. Okay, let's go back to the particle system and then let's lower the lifetime of those. I think I'm going to get rid of that scale mesh size. So let's see how it's going to look without any settings. Right, so I think this actually might be causing our issues with the look, because currently it seems like it might be gathering some sort of energy from the outside. Okay, so I think that was causing the problem for me. So personally, I think that looks a lot better, but now the trails are a little bit too big, so I'm just going to scale them down to maybe between 10 and 15. Okay, let's maybe try to, instead of having uniform, to have a random non-uniform. So now we can control each axis. Okay, so I'm going to put maybe 15 of the on those and 20 on those. However, here maybe we can keep it a low value, like maybe 1. So they might be a little bit squashed now. However, I like how they behave. So I'm just going to keep them as they are right now. And let's check our dynamic parameter, what we have here. Emissive contrast. So if you want more highlights, you can lower that first value. I think that's what I'm going to do. And let's try spawn rate. Let's ramp it up to 10. And last thing, I'm just going to check my shader complexity. As you can see, we're getting a little bit of that white here. But I think we can allow it, because it's not like it's all the time there, and it's not very intense. However, you still got like a little bit overdraw. So you might play with them with some settings and actually see what's causing. So I'm going to isolate sweeps. It doesn't seem like sweeps producing a massive issue. Ring dark, and I think ring emissive might be causing this because they're actually overlaying on top of each other. Okay, so I'm just going to get to lit mode, and I'm going to try to change some of its settings on the spawn rate. And so I think we need the dark ring to be always there. I'm just going to maybe put higher value in the lifetime, like 0.2. And here actually I think we need 1.5 maybe, or 2. Right, so again, we're still getting this white bit, so I think it's now up to you if you want to keep it like this, or if not, then you can lower some of the values that we've got for our rings. And as you can see, once I lower it to that value, we're starting to get a little bit better overdraw. So it still looks okay, however, visually I think it looks better. There's just a little bit more of those rings there, okay? Right, so we've got our projectile now. Next, let's try to do impact. And then we're going to focus on cast effect. And after we got all those three, what we're going to do, we're just going to implement them in the blueprint, and we're going to tweak some of the blueprint settings as well, okay? So we've got our projectile, and before we go to the impact, let's maybe double click on the projectile Niagara system. I'm going to go to sweeps, open the material instance we've got. I'm going to minimize it a bit so we can actually see both the settings and the particle system. And what I want to do, I want to replace that noise texture to something else. So I'm going to pick the one we had initially, this one, and I'm going to work on tiling on that texture as well. So this is the emissive noise, which is here, emissive tile. Let's try to put different values here and see if it's going to change our look of that sweep. Okay. Also, I just want to isolate that system. As you can see, we're getting a lot more tiling on that texture. So instead of going 5 by 5, let's actually lower it to some low value. So I'm going to go for 0.5 on this axis, and maybe let's try 0.5 here as well. I think we need less. I'm going to go 0.3 or even 0.2 on that axis. And maybe let's try to speed it up. Okay. And this one maybe as well. Right, so now I'm just gonna preview all the systems. And I think by doing what we've just done, we're getting like a really nice quick highlights on those sweeps. So I'm just gonna leave it like this, save the material, save the system as well. And I'm gonna delete that system now from the scene. Next, I'm gonna go to Content Browser and navigate where we have our system, which is this one. I'm gonna right click, duplicate that system, and I'll call this one ns_impact01. I'm going to drag it into the scene, probably somewhere closer to the character where the impact actually might happen. So I imagine it might be maybe around here. I'm going to open the system now. Okay, and let's go one by one. Okay, I don't think we're going to need sweeps. So you can either click that tick box and disable it, or you could just get rid of the system. I'm just going to disable it in case I need it later on. Okay, and then I'm going to go through each of the particle system where the state is, emitter state, and I'm going to change this to from infinite to once. And I'm going to do that for all the systems so we can actually have an impact. I'm going to change the loop duration to 1 as well for all of them. I think I've got some here as well. Yeah. Okay, so as you can see, the system appears and it disappears. Okay. The only issue I've got right now is that we still have a rate in some of those, spawn rate. So I'm going to get rid of that one as well, because we will be operating only with the burst, because we need our effects to happen very quickly. Okay, and sweeps, we've got flare here as well. I'm going to put burst instead of spawn rate, and for the dots, the same. Let's put some values. Maybe for the dots we can start with a high value. Let's do 2000. Okay, and we are getting essentially this. Okay, I don't think we're gonna need core, so I'm gonna disable the core because I'll be relying on quick impact instead. I'm just gonna disable the dots because I don't want to see it for now. Flare, let's maybe tackle the flare first. So I'm just gonna isolate this. You can see we got quick flare, but I think it stays there for far too long. So I need like a very quick impact. So I'm gonna maybe put lifetime between 0.25 and 0.3. So as you can see, we're getting an impact, and then we got like a quick flash. So I need this flash to be much larger. I'm gonna go to initialize particles where the scale is, and maybe let's go with between 600 and 800. Okay, maybe a bit too big now, or actually let's leave it like this. However, I'm just gonna lower the opacity maybe to 0.5. Okay, so we've got flare. Let's maybe disable all the particle system, and we'll be enabling them as we go. Okay, so we've got this emissive core as well. So what we could do with it, we could go to initialize particles where we have the mesh scale, and instead we could put maybe non-uniform scale. Okay, let me move that a bit so you can actually see the full scale, and I'm going to lower the z-axis, or actually maybe y-axis. Perfect. Next, I'm just gonna add mesh size. Scale mesh size. I'm gonna turn that into a float. and that into curve. And what we're essentially doing, we're scaling it from 0.1 maybe to 1. I'm going to select both of those points as well. Click 1 on my keyboard to get the curves. And I want to essentially quick curve like this. Also, I'm going to lower the lifetime of it to between 0.5 and 0.6. And now let's increase the scale. What we could do, we could either put the scale here, or we can just copy this and multiply it by float, vector by float. Right click, paste our previous scale, and with this float we can control the master scale of it, okay? I'm gonna put maybe 5. Okay, I'm gonna go to dynamic parameter here where we have erosion and actually gonna bring that very close, somewhere 0.1. Because I want this to happen very quick. So essentially this is what we're getting. I'm also gonna actually lower that Y value on the scale. And I think I'm gonna spawn fewer of those, like 3 maybe. And then we can randomize this scale by putting a random range float. And maybe we could have it between 5 and 10. Maybe 10 is a bit too high. Let's go with 8. Okay, let's play with this scale value. Actually, I'm gonna tweak that curve a little bit, because I want to see that it's actually scaling from nothing into this big ring. Okay, let's add color and see if we've added particle color as an intensity. So I'm just gonna change this to a curve. I'm gonna ignore alpha. And in here, I'm gonna get rid of one of those pins as well. And only work with this one. So I'm gonna put maybe 50 here. Yeah, so it seems like we're actually not adding. We can't control the color using Niagara system. So let's open the material. Yeah, and we actually control the color here. So what we could do, because I want this to be much brighter, I'm just going to navigate where the material is, duplicate it. And I'm just going to plug this one in. And in here, let's tweak it. So I'm going to put a energy color maybe higher, and inside color as well. I actually want this to be very intense as well. So I'm going to put maybe 50. Fresnel color, let's put a 50 here as well. Let's preview it. Yes, as you can see, it gets a lot more brighter now. I think I'm going to increase the min value that we put here on our mesh. So I'm actually going to scale it maybe from 7 to 9, because I need this to be like a big shockwave. And we can even spawn more of those, because this material is masked, so it's very cheap. And it produces barely any overdraw. Okay, it might be a little bit too intense, but leave it for now and we can tweak some other settings now. Okay, so I'm going to enable the dark core next. As you can see, we got many issues with that one as well. So what we could do, we could just copy this initialize module, delete this one, right click and paste it. I'm just going to move that initialize particles module up a bit, isolate it. Okay, we're getting this. I think it's just rotated a bit. So I'm going to change this. Okay, and I need the scale mesh size as well. So copy, paste. Because we've done it already, we don't have to do it again. And I think this one could stay a bit longer. So 0.5, 0.6. In here, we can maybe do 0.7, 0.8. So it could last a bit longer. Okay, 0.6 and maybe 0.7 because I feel like it stays too long. Okay, I quite like this. So I'm just gonna leave it as it is and try to go into some other modules next. Ring emissive. So this one actually produces overdraw, so we have to be careful with that one. So I'm gonna maybe change its lifetime to between 0.6 and 0.7. I'm gonna make it much larger. For example, between 10 and 12. Actually, it seems maybe too big. Yep, so 7 and 9. Okay, I'll lower the lifetime again. So at this stage, there's plenty of tweaking that you will be doing and basically trying to see what feels right. Okay, I want the string actually to disappear with all of them. So I'm just gonna leave that one as it is. Let's go ring dark now. I'm gonna isolate it to preview it a bit better. I think this one is very subtle, so it could stay a bit longer. So actually I'm gonna leave the lifetime of it between 1 and 1.2 maybe. Let's see. So I think that works, but I think there's a big jump between the values. So let's go maybe to this ring and let's try to blend it a little bit better. Okay, so we could probably do that with the erosion. So for example, we could get rid of that last point we've got, even that one as well. So the transition will be a bit more softer. And also I'm going to increase its lifetime maybe from 0.6 and between 0.6 and 0.8. Okay, so I think the transition between very bright values to the dark values is a lot more smoother now. So I'm just going to leave it. Sweeps, I don't want sweeps with the impact. And I'm going to enable dots as well. Okay, but the thing with the dots is I think it rotates with that vortex a bit too much. So I'm just going to put maybe 50 or even 20 because I need just a little bit of those. For the shape location, I'm actually going to put maybe a small value like 20. Let's go with 50. Next, I'm going to add curl noise to it. Let's see how it looks with the default values. You can see we're getting a little bit of movement there. If we add 500, you can see clearly getting some curl noise. I'm going to multiply this by float, and this one I'm going to change to curve. I'm going to grab the first input, click 1 on my keyboard to get that curve, and I'm just going to create that very high strength at the beginning down to 0. And now I'm going to put maybe 2000. As you can see, we are getting a movement, and then the curl noise stops. I'm going to add some gravity to it as well. However, I just want to put maybe minus 200 because I need just a little bit. And I'm going to add a velocity to the particle spawn as well. And I'm going to maybe put a 200 and maybe 200 or 100 the height. And I think I'm going to randomize those values. So I'm going to keep those by clicking right click and copy. Next, I'm going to click this button, start typing random range vector. I'm going to paste those into both. However, for the minimum, I'm just going to halve the values. And we're essentially getting this. Next, I'm going to maybe scale those down because I feel like they're slightly too big, and I'm going to change their lifetime, maybe between 0.5 and 1. Let's experiment with the sphere radius values. I'm going to put maybe 100. Okay, let's look at it from the distance. I think I'm just going to add a bit more velocity, upward velocity to those sparks, and maybe increase lifetime max to 1.5, because I want some of them to stay there for a bit longer. Next, we've got in this ring dark. I'm going to increase its lifetime between maybe 0.5 and 2 as well, because I want it to stay there as a shockwave for just a tiny bit longer. As you can see, we're still seeing this ring, but it's very subtle. Okay, so we're getting our projectile, it hits the character, and then we're getting this impact. Feel free to add any more elements to it, and I think I'm going to have a dedicated video later on how you can improve it and basically what to add. But feel free to add some stuff to it, maybe in case it's missing something, in your opinion, okay? Right, so we've got our impact done. Next, let's work on the cast. So when this character is going to create that, our projectile, it's going to create a cast first. So there will be some energy gathering. We're going to work on the sphere as well. And then we're going to turn that into the projectile. We're going to combine all those effects in the blueprint. Okay, but first let's tackle the cast effect. We have our projectile and we have our impact. And in this video, let's maybe start working on our cast effect. Personally, I like to work with animation, so let's try to find a suitable animation of this character that we can create a cast effect to, okay? So I'm gonna right click and go to animation and pick animation montage. From here, I'm gonna pick Gideon skeleton and I'm gonna name this cast. I'm gonna open it, dock the window, and from the asset browser here, you can see that those are all the animations of our character. So scroll down and pick the one that you think might be suitable. You've got primary attacks, like that one. Some other attacks as well. I'm gonna go for R&B intro. Okay, so I've got R&B intro here, and I've got cast as well. So I'm actually going to go to my animation montage, which is here. I'm going to try to find that R&B intro. I'm going to drag it. I'm going to drag the cast as well. And let's see what we've got. We've got intro and we've got cast. I'm going to duplicate or maybe drag another intro here and just move it a little bit. And from that, you can actually pick the time, start and end. So if I pick 0.4, and on the play rate, I'm going to put actually -1. It kind of blends nicely. I'm also going to duplicate that. And let's see if we can actually duplicate it. Right, so we're duplicating the whole slot, and I don't think that's ideal. So I'm going to try to delete it. Okay, and I'm going to drag another intro here. I'm going to place it right there. So this start is 0.4. So I'm going to do the same thing. Start will be 0.4 and the play rate will be actually 1. Let's see if they blend together. So there's a small jump. I think it looks okay. And if you want to extend this, for example, you could basically animate the play rate. So for example, you can do -2 and it's gonna, as you can see, it's gonna extend that animation in time. And here I'm gonna put 0.2 as well. Sorry, here on the play rate. So if you would like your animation to be slightly longer, that might be the way to do it. Okay, I think we can actually manage to create effects for intro and the cast without fiddling with any settings here. But at the end, I want to add idle as well, because after the cast, I actually want to go back to idle. So I'm going to do that here. So as you can see, all those blend together nicely. I'm going to save it. I'm going to try to find it now here, maybe rotate that character at 90 degrees. And we've got initial position here, so we can basically try to find a position that we might want to start doing the cast, which I think might be something like this. What I'm going to do, I'm going to use the same technique that we use for impact. So I'm going to duplicate our projectile, and I'm going to try to create cast effect from the existing parts of the effects we already got. So that'll be ls_cast 01. I'm going to try to position the particle system where his hand might be. However, it might be a bit difficult, so I'm just going to open it. I'm going to move it a little bit, and I'm going to disable all the particle systems, just so we can get a slightly better view. Okay, we've got those on top as well. So that's our core. I'm actually going to scale it down to maybe 0.3. So let's have it at 0.3. I'm just going to move it closely to his hand. Okay, like this, and let's maybe start playing with some settings. Okay, I'm going to disable that one as well. So, okay, so we've got everything in place now, and I'm going to enable one by one of those and see which one actually fits. Tweak a couple settings, and we're going to go through the same process that we went through while we've been creating an impact. So I'm going to enable core first, and I'm going to try to work on this one. So I don't want this particle system to be infinite, so I'm going to change it to ones. So I think the lifetime of it is okay, but what I'm going to do, actually, I'm going to go into the dynamic parameter when we've got VPO, and I'm going to lower it because I don't need that much of the VPO. We might get like a very subtle movement there, but I don't think I need that much. Also for the light render, I'm going to go for very low radius, and also I'm just going to lower it, lower its intensity. Okay, even further. So just need slight light maybe there. Now if I'm going to increase its radius maybe to 2, you see we're getting very subtle light. I'm going to actually put it back to 1. Okay, and what we want to do with that ball, actually, we want it to appear from nowhere. So we want to scale it this from 0 or 0.1 to 1 maybe. Okay, so I'm going to get a mesh scale. In here, I'm just going to turn vector to float and float to curve. And we want to reverse it. So we want maybe from 0.1 or 0.2 up to 1. Also, I'm going to grab that point, click 1 on my keyboard, and use the curve. I'm going to tweak the dynamic parameter as well. We got Fresnel contrast here. I actually wonder if maybe we could create a ramp as well. So maybe here we want actually 0, so it will glow to white. But maybe white color we want closer at the end. So here, for example, maybe at 0.8, and here we're just gonna go back to 1 to match with our sphere that we have inside of the projectile. Although that sphere is to be quite small in comparison, I think. So let's drag our projectile as well. We've got here. So that one is quite big. I'm going to try to increase its size maybe to 0.6. Okay, maybe 0.5. Okay, Okay, I'm gonna reduce its lifetime maybe to 0.6 because I want this to happen very quick. All right, next I'm just gonna throw some sweeps at it. So I'm gonna enable sweeps. We go here. I'm gonna change that from infinite to once as well. I'm gonna get rid of, or actually let's maybe keep spawn rate. But where you have duration here, maybe let's throw it to 0.3. And at the rate, we can put higher value like 30 or even 50. Or actually, let's go with 30, and for burst, let's go at 5. I think it needs to be much quicker, so a lifetime maybe from 0.3 to 0.6. And we can delay our core a little bit as well, I think. So we go to the burst. I'm going to enable spawn time here. I'm going to maybe put 0.3, 0.2. So we first get the swirls, and then the ball is actually collecting the energy and grows. And then he's just going to throw that in front, and we're going to replace it with a projectile that we already got. If you're not sure about the timing, check the animation, preview the animation, and see roughly what kind of timing and how much time you actually got for this to form. Okay, but don't worry too much about the timing, because once we implement that into the blueprint, we can always go back and we can tweak it while we will have working animation. Okay. Okay, so that's roughly what I want. Next, we can enable the core emissive. And in here, I'm going to do the same thing. So I'm just going to change from infinite to once. Loop duration, maybe 0.4 or 0.35, slightly longer than the main sphere. I think it's a little bit too big as well. And we've got lifetime here, so let's maybe put it at 0.6. Scale, maybe let's leave it as it is, but we need to add that mesh scale size. So I'm just gonna copy that whole module, paste it here. And I think it's slightly too big here. Okay, so I'm just gonna scale it down to maybe 0.6 and 0.7. I think I want the sweeps to last a little bit longer, so I'm going to go to emitter state and double the loop duration. Okay, let's go back to our core emissive. We got spawn rate. I'm going to add maybe 30, 20, 10. Okay, 10 seems to be kind of okay, I guess. I'm going to do the same with the core dark. So I'm going to grab scale, copy that module. Copy that module here. I'm going to go to initialize particles, change its scale maybe 0.65 to 0.7, lifetime maybe 0.5, 0.6, and I'm going to change it from infinite to once. Spawn rate, I'm going to change it to 10. Okay, and I think this needs changing as well. Loop duration, maybe to 0.4. Okay, so it seems like we are getting some sort of energy gathering, which is cool. Next, I actually want to enable flare and work on a flare. So I'm going to change this from infinite to once. Loop duration, let's maybe have 0.8, 0.6, 0.5. But we need to increase the spawn rate. Or actually, let's get rid of the spawn rate and let's replace it with a burst. I'm going to go to scale particle size, and I'm actually going to scale it from 0.3 to 1. However, I'm just gonna fit that into the view, select that point, click 1 on my keyboard so I can get the curve. I think it's slightly too big, so I'm just gonna scale it down slightly, maybe 250 and 350. I'm just zooming out just to see maybe our sweeps are a little bit too big. I think they might be, so let's go here and scale them down slightly from 10 and 15. And maybe a little too many of those, so maybe let's reduce it by half to 15. I don't think I'm gonna need any of those rings, so I'm just gonna delete those. Or maybe keep them inactive, and maybe I'm gonna delete them later. Who knows, maybe I'm gonna come up with an idea how to use them, but right now I'm just gonna skip to our dots that we've got here. I'm gonna change them to be ones rather than infinite. Loop duration, set it to maybe 0.5. And the shape location, I think the sphere radius is much too big to me, so I'm just gonna scale it down to 50, and I'm gonna increase this one to be 1. I'm gonna get rid of the vortex force, and I'm gonna enable curl noise instead. Try 50, 200. I'm gonna add gravity as well, but not that much, maybe minus 200 only, or minus 50. And I'm gonna scale those down to maybe 0.5 and 0.8. I think their lifetime is too big as well, maybe 0.5, between 0.5 and 1. And I want to delay them as well. So where you have your emitter state, you've got a loop delay, and I'm going to maybe put 0.3. Mainly because I want energy to start gathering first and then the dots to appear. Okay, I want dots, because this will be added to the animation, I want dots to be world space. Okay, so make sure this tick box is disabled, and the rest of the boxes I actually want enabled, because I want them to follow the animation and the socket that we're gonna plug this into. Okay, so I'm gonna select sweeps as well. Okay, they are local space. How about core? Yep. So I think we've got everything. However, at the end, I would like to add like a very quick flash effect. So I'm gonna grab core. I'm gonna see if we can time it and later on tweak it. Okay, so I'm gonna call this one lens. And I'm just prototyping it, so I'm gonna use that mesh. However, at the end, it might be a good idea to go in and actually replace that with the texture. So what I'm gonna do here, I'm just gonna use a non-uniform scale. And I wanna create like a lens from this. I'm gonna lower those two values. I wanna see the mesh settings here. Facing mode, let's maybe face it to camera plane. And default. Camera position. Nope. Camera plane. So obviously with the sprites, that would be much easier. But with the mesh render, actually, maybe we have to come up with a way how we can set this to be facing a camera. Definitely not velocity. Okay, so let's go back this to default, and maybe we can figure out later on. Or maybe let's get rid of that mesh, and instead let's get flare, because it's a sprite, so I think that might work a lot better. Okay, so we've got this flare. Where we have size, I'm going to go for non-uniform, and I'm going to put a very high value in one of those just to see how it might look. It's got some random rotations. I'm actually going to disable a random rotation. And we are getting some lens now. Okay, so I'm going to increase this value maybe to 900. Okay, so that's what we've got. However, I think I just want this to spawn at the very end. So I'm going to change loop duration to 1. And I'm going to change its lifetime to be direct. 0.2 maybe. It's just a quick flash I need at the end. Okay. I'm going to go for non-uniform curve as well. I'm going to grab y-axis and see how it looks. Okay. Right, so I want this to start from 1 and actually go, I want this to go to 0. Okay, so let's check. Yep. Perfect. So we are getting quick flash, and I'm just going to ramp up the color intensity of it, maybe to 200. So it's very bright and happens very quickly at the end. Okay, so I'm going to leave it like this. And I think in the next video, we're just going to add all those effects and create a blueprint for it. And we're going to fix some timing if we'll have any issues with it, okay? In this video, let's add all our effects into the sequence and see how they work together and basically how they look and if they fit in case we have to make any modifications to them. So what I'm going to do first, I'm going to press play just to preview what we've got so far. We've got our character, we've got cast, and we're also spawning tiny little sphere that goes towards our enemy character. I think we've done 2 cast montages actually. In the first videos, we just created player attack, and cast we did recently because I wanted to show you how you can possibly extend your animation in case you have to, okay? But I think the player attack is actually plugged into our blueprint. So I'm going to open our character here. And we've got player attack animation, okay? So let's use this one. So we've got cast. What I'm going to do when you have the notifies, I'm just going to right click, add notify, and I'm going to start typing Niagara. I'm going to select play Niagara particle effect. And here we can just add our cast effect. So I'm going to press Control and space to bring the content browser. I've got cast here. I'm just going to drag it. And obviously we can't see it because we need to add the bone or socket name. So I'm going to head to the skeleton. And I'm going to pick one of the bones that I think might be suitable to spawn our cast from. So I'm going to try to find something that has hand in its name. I think I'm going to go with the left hand. And we've got maybe hand socket or muzzle. If you don't have any of those, then don't worry. We can pick the main bone. So maybe I'm going to pick this middle 01L. I'm going to copy this name, which is here. I'm going to go to player attack and paste it here. It's going to allow me to pick it from the list as well. And now if I reset, we've got this. Right. So we've added this. Now I'm going to close everything, even the player blueprint, because I want to actually preview it how it looks. Okay, so as you can see, it works. It is way too big, I think. But let's don't worry about it now. Let's just add all the effects. All right, so we've got this. Next will be the projectile. So in here we've got this sphere. One of them is a collision. So let's find out which one. And let's actually make this hidden in game, because this one is collision. If you hover over, you can see what I'm going to do. I'm going to add Niagara particle system to the root. I'm going to double check its transform. And because I've added this to the collision first, it resets my scale. So I'm just going to reset it back to 1. I'm going to press Control and space and drag my projectile here. Okay, I'm going to compile it, save it, go to the map, and just preview it. Cool, so we've got cast, we've got projectile as well. And now let's maybe try to figure out how we could add the impact at the end, okay? So we've got our projectile here. And I'd imagine what we could do when we have the collision, which is here, we can maybe try to spawn an impact. So I think it happens somewhere around here. Okay, so I'm just going to make some space. I'm going to drag it from here, and I'm going to get spawn particle, or maybe Niagara, or Niagara. There is spawn at location. I'm going to press Control and space. I'm going to get the impact and drag it here. If you can't drag it here, you can always type a name here and you can pick it from this box. Okay, what's the location? So what I'm gonna do, I'm actually get maybe the component that we hit, or we could get the current Niagara location and use this one for the location here. So I could get world location and use this here. I'm gonna save this, go to the map, and try to test it. So we've got cast, projectile, and let's see if we got impact. Right, so I think the impact happens there. So what I'm gonna do with our projectile, I'm gonna try maybe to get our Niagara system and change its active mode. So I'm gonna set active. That's the target, and the new active will be disabled. So it should disappear. Let's try again. So I think it disappears, but maybe not fast enough. So what we could do as well, we could bring timeline. A timeline here, and I'm gonna call this scale NS for Niagara system. I'm gonna double click and I'm gonna add a new track here. It will be, let's get maybe a vector. I'm gonna add, name this scale. I'm gonna press shift and mouse click, and I'm gonna add 2 points. The first one needs to be at 0, 0, 0, and the scale will be 1. And this one, maybe let's have it at 0.5 and the scale will be 0. Okay, let's go back to our event graph, and you can see our scale is here now. And what we could do, we could play this from start. I'm gonna make some space again. And update, we can control the scale. So let's get scale, set scale. I'm gonna try to see if I can actually pick here. That goes here. So we got the set world scale 3D. It will be our Niagara system. And basically we're gonna try to do this. Okay, I'm gonna press play again just to preview it. And as you can see, we're getting an impact and our particle or system scales down a bit. So what we could do, maybe we could extend that time in timeline. So I'm going to change time to maybe 1. I'm going to change that to curve as well. So I'm going to right click, select auto, and this maybe I want to drag it here because I want to slowly to scale down. I'm going to save it just to preview it. So I think it works, but something weird is happening with the swirls there. Okay. So let's try to find what the issue might be. I think we just need to maybe scale it much faster. So, and maybe reverse it as well. Okay, so we want to scale it. Or actually, let's leave it like this, but I'm going to bring this one a bit closer, way closer, actually, 0.3. I'm going to click those two as well, just to make them fit in the window. And actually what I want to do, I want to add another track, and there will be another vector. And I want to, the same thing, however, I want this to be reversed. So I'm going to click Shift and mouse click, create 2 points. The first one is going to be at 0, and the scale of it will be 0. And the next one will be 0.3 and value of 1. I'm going to turn that into curve as well, but the reversed one, and we can use this for start. I'm going to rename this, and I'm going to call this scale start. Compile and save. Let's go to event graph now. Let's see first if we are having issue with our scaling at the end. So I think it looks a lot better. Maybe we could just time it a little bit differently. So for example, maybe we want to disappear straight away. However, I'm just going to select this one and bring it even closer to maybe 0.1. And also I'm going to set up this at the start. So I'm going to select the timeline, copy, paste this as well. And I'm going to get event begin play. I'm going to play it from start. I'm going to grab my Niagara and set the world scale as well. Copy paste it. And I've got the scale start here. I'm going to drag it. And at the start, it should scale from 0 to 1 quickly. So let's see now. Okay, something is obviously broken, as you can see. So let's try to find out what. Okay, so let's try. We've got this. We're scaling this from 0 to, let's check. We're scaling this from 0 to 1. Let's maybe make it much faster and see if that maybe fixes our issue. I think I know where the problem is. So the problem is that, as you can see here, I'm only scaling one of the axes because it's red. Okay, so we're missing 2 axes. So what I'm going to do instead, I'm going to go here, delete those 2, and I'm going to create float. I'm going to call this one start scale, I'm going to add another one, float again, and I'm going to call this one scale. So let's do this again. I'm going to grab this one, reset its time to 0. This one will be at maybe 0.2, a value of 1. And I'm going to do exactly the same thing here. A value of 1 down to 0, maybe at 0.2. Okay, so if you made that mistake as well, hopefully that's going to work a lot better now for you. Okay, so I'm going to head now to our event graph, and we're having an error. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get rid of that connection, get the start scale here. It's going to convert our float into the vector, and I'm going to do exactly the same thing here. However, I need this timeline, so I'm just going to copy that one and duplicate it here. And I'm going to get scale here. It's going to convert. And let's test it now. Cool, so now it's scaling properly. And I think now you've got a little bit of time maybe to add some final polish to those. Okay, so the first thing, if you notice the projectile, I think the core rotates in a different direction than the ring actually. So let's fix that first. I'm going to open the projectile. I need our map as well so I can actually preview it. So if you look closer, you can see the ring rotates that way. However, our core rotates in a different way. Okay, so oops, let me scale this up a bit. I'm going to head where our core is. I'm going to grab a mesh renderer and open that instance. And where we have speed, texture speed, I'm going to add a minus values here. And I'm going to isolate that system as well. Right, so it rotates that way, and I need this to rotate actually the other way. So it might be the energy that we see that rotates. So here we got energy speed, a minus 0.3 and minus 2. Right, so I think that looks correct now. I'm going to go maybe to another core now, emissive, and do the same thing. However, here maybe we got different values that actually using the speed. So we need to put that into negative. Energy speed, so it's negative. Let's maybe put it maybe 0.3. Nope, so it must be the erosion, I think, minus 3 and a minus 0.05. And our texture, I think, spins as well. So maybe put the positive values. And it spins correctly now. Okay, next bit is the core dark. Actually, let's preview it. I wonder if we can notice it. And to be honest, I don't think we can notice it because it's got this very slow movement. So now I think everything rotates correctly. I think the ring might be a little bit too big, our ring, so maybe let's scale them down. So I'm going to get ring emissive first. Maybe scale it down between 4 and 6. I'm going to grab another ring, which is ring dark, and scale it maybe from 6 to 8. Okay, let's get the swirls as well, which are here. And we got scale right there. So I'm going to scale it maybe from 12 to 15. If you want a big projectile, feel free to experiment with those scale sizes. I'm just going to go for something like this. I'm going to close this, get rid of projectile from the scene. I'm going to open the cast next. And in cast, there was a couple of things that I felt they are just too big. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to select sweeps, I think, or swirls, and scale them down quite dramatically. Maybe here will be 6 and here we'll have max of 10. Also, I think our core should last a little bit longer. Let me drag that particle system into the scene as well so we can actually preview it. So we got core, but it disappears very quickly. So I'm going to increase its lifetime maybe to 0.9. Okay, I'm going to do the same for the core emissive. Okay, and let me get the sweeps maybe, which are here. I want to delay them at the start. Loop delay, I'm going to put maybe 0.1 here. And I think that should be it. So I'm going to close it, preview it now. And the one thing I can actually notice is that, let me get rid of that from the scene. So one thing I can notice is actually if you go to the projectile, you can see that we are leaving the flare behind us, okay? So I'm gonna select that flare particle system, which is here, and I'm gonna turn that into the local space and not world space. All right, I'm gonna press play, maximize the window as well, press X. And I think everything works correctly now. Let's preview it from different angles. Okay, so now maybe let's create a hit effect in terms of animation on that enemy. Okay, so I'm gonna actually, let's see if we already got it. Right, so we've got the hit. So now we have to implement that. So let's go to projectile, which we've got here. And what I'm gonna do, actually, I'm gonna maybe have a sequence from here. So I'm gonna get a sequence. First we're doing this, which is fine. And next I'm gonna actually cast to enemy. I think we called that blueprint enemy. Let me check. No, it's player 02 actually. Okay, so I'm gonna get that sequence. I'm gonna start typing cast to player _ 02. Okay, let's open that blueprint as well, player 2. And we do have event that is called projectile hit. So from here, let's try to get projectile hit. I'm gonna connect this one here. And I think we need to plug the other actor into the object. Okay. Right, I wanna save this and see if that works. Yep. Right, and it goes back to the idle. So I think that's everything I wanted to do in that video. Everything is connected now and everything works as it should. I'm just going to maximize the window to preview it last time. So we've got the cast, we've got our projectile, and we've got our hit effect connected together with the animation. Okay, in next video, let's maybe talk about what kind of improvements you could make to it after watching this whole workshop. Because I wanted to leave a little bit of space for you so you can actually add your own elements and make it even better. Okay, so we've done impact, projectile, and also the cast. We added everything into our blueprints. So I'm going to press play now, maximize the screen, and let's see what we've got. Okay, so to look at it as is, what I would improve, you know where the cast is happening, and there's at the end, we've got this pure white ball for fraction of a second. I'll probably maybe try to change some settings there and maybe play with the intensity. Maybe I'll make it a bit more intense towards the end. I could probably add the acceleration to the projectile itself. So when the projectile actually being spawned, it got consistent movement along the way. So I'll try maybe add some acceleration in the blueprint. So it starts very fast and then slows down and goes at a constant speed rather than all the time going at a constant speed. Also, while the projectile is moving, you can treat it as a maybe black hole, and maybe it could pick up some stuff from the ground, maybe some dust as well that could be moving towards the projectile. Definitely the refraction maybe around the core and that heat haze effect might be beneficial, but it probably have to be very subtle. And let's try again. Maybe different colors. Maybe you could introduce a orange color a little bit. But I think the heat haze around the core might help. And definitely the dust that might be on the ground as well. Either outward dust that might be going in the way like the rings are going away from the core, or maybe as a pull. So it might be going towards our projectile, which could be considered as a black hole, I'd imagine. Okay, I'm just looking at the impact right now and trying to come up with something that we could add to it. Maybe slightly better blast, and maybe slightly larger as well, because we got this glow around it, and it's very, very soft. Maybe adding a bit more defined shape for the blast in all directions might help a little bit. Maybe a heat haze or that refraction from a shockwave as well. And I'll probably add some dust on the ground that will be moving away from the impact, so basically moving outwards. For the enemy character itself, I would probably build emissive glow upon hit. So for example, when we actually hit it with a projectile, the whole character glows for half a second maybe to indicate it's being hit. And maybe while it's being stunned as well, it could have some sort of outline effect to indicate that the character actually is being stunned. I'll probably experiment with the different colors as well, try to see how it might look with different colors. All right, so those are the things I would add to it later on. I'm just looking at it right now, and I think it's just missing that heat haze or refraction while it travels, and it could probably benefit from having a pool, dust pool effect. Either dust pool or dust moving outwards on the ground, like it's being pushed away by that projectile. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this workshop, and I hope I showed you a couple tricks that you didn't know before. And I just hope you're going to continue with it and see if you can take it to the next level. In this last video, I just want to give you my final thoughts about what to do as a VFX artist, especially if that will be your next step. So I'll probably pick up Houdini and start learning it. Many people pick a Blender as well, and I think both of those choices are really good. In terms of textures, if you can draw your own textures, then I think picking up maybe Substance and seeing what's there might be a really good idea as well. If you cannot draw, or you just don't think you are good at it, then Substance Designer might help you a lot when it comes to texture creation for real-time VFX. Let me show you a few places that you can visit maybe and post some of your stuff to receive some feedback from experienced artists in the industry. So personally, I visit my real-time VFX forum very often just to see what's there, people giving feedback to whoever needs it. And to be honest, I think posting your own stuff here might be a really good idea, because many people actually might give you some feedback which could be beneficial for your development as a VFX artist. I also mentioned about my Gumroad, so you can get those free noise textures. I'll be updating this pretty soon. However, I'm just gonna give those textures as well for download. I hope you enjoyed this workshop, and I hope you're gonna take the effects that we created to the next level by adding some of your final touches to it. Thank you so much for watching.